Sending the invites.
That's all right. It was, yeah, we were just, I mean, there was so much going on. And then after a while, I began to feel like I was just interfering with everybody. So, and I was going to try to get it myself. This one here, I'm going to try to see if I can make this work now. Why is it still coming up with mine? Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. Now, hold on a second. I'll put Mike. Okay. Because I checked it on the phone. Now, you're probably going to hear feedback here. Did I lose you? No. Okay, hold on. Okay, testing mine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, testing mine. Okay, I can hear me. Now see if I can hear you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, testing mine. Yeah, that's through my phone. Now see if I can hear you. Yeah, that's through my phone. Now see if I can hear you. No, I still can't hear you. I still can't hear you. It's hard to tell because everything's an echo. I still can't hear you. It's hard to tell because everything's an echo. I'm going to turn my mic off. Hard to tell because everything's an echo. I'm going to turn my mic off. I'm going to turn my mic off. Oh, I'm still muted. I'm sitting here talking to you and I'm still muted. Jesus. I'm having a wonderful conversation here with myself. No, I was, yeah. Guess audio one. Yeah. Guess audio one. There's still nothing coming up on it. Yeah. Oh, okay. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, yeah. Okay, why is this not? All right, here we go. So audio output. Oh, okay, got it. Went live. Send audio with your camera via browser source. Okay, I got somebody else in here too. See, my stuff is just throwing up so many errors. It's incredible. Okay, say something real quick. Oh, I just heard you. I just heard you. Real quick. Okay, you're in here. You're in here now. Okay, I got to mute the mic again for a second. Give me a moment.
Just one. Only one. Invite Smiling? Mm. Oh no.
Okay, I got that. I got it. So now I got to get Lane Roses in here.
I am.
Yeah, there is. If you look on my stream, there's a gentleman in the very upper right hand corner. His name, I forget his name now. If you guys, he said he would come in. I don't know if he has Stream Together set up though. Okay, let me do this. We have to go browser source. GUES.
I'm ready for a nap.
Ready for a nap?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Ants. It's a stream for ants. Double O. Smiling Beagle. Okay, I have to go into settings. Slot number 2. We have to copy that. Ta-da!
Hello,
Ta-da!
Jay.
Ta-da!
How are you? How are you?
Okay, there's
I would
Layton.
like a nap.
I just got up.
No snore. Oh, no snoring allowed. Oh.
Wow, this actually works this time. Amazing.
Yeah, we're
I don't
slowly getting it.
I don't hear myself.
Um,
Yay!
Yay.
I did manage. Did you want purple for your name, Smiling?
Sure, why not?
Well,
Purple.
I remember
I
something.
I
Someone,
like purple.
well, Layden wanted blue, so I turned hers blue. And then someone said purple, and I
Okay.
couldn't remember if it was Battle Ready or if it was Smiling.
Okay, let's
managed
see
to
here.
get purple onto every model I paint, so
Okay, that's cool. Whatever.
somehow.
Now,
Oh, come on, camera.
and once I get this
You know,
all
I'm
down,
hosting mine as well that decided to reset all of its defaults.
Fun.
So
Okay, we
everybody's
got
having a
that.
great stream, and we're all starting off on the right foot, which is
No. You never tell the pitcher he's pitching a perfect game.
well, we can't go. It can't be wrong anymore.
Except for one issue, I'm not seeing anybody's stream. Why? That's what I'm
Oh.
thinking here. Hold
Stella,
on.
you are quite all right. You don't need to go and bother him. He's on his own land.
Oh,
Yeah, because I had to do the same thing for everybody as well.
hold on a second.
Jay, will you please redeem an alert? I want to see if I fixed my alert audio.
Echo.
Echo, echo, echo.
Remember to mute your browser sources. Yep, I sure can hear
Yeah,
that.
that's probably.
Thank you. Oh.
Yeah, hold on. Oh,
Could you hear the alert noise as well, Jay? Because it pierced my eardrums.
I don't even
into
have
my
mine on.
soul.
That's gonna get trouble.
How?
I've got to.
Jay goes, yep. Goody.
Oh, Lord. Now I got to figure out what I've got going on here.
So I changed up my. Oh, I need a towel.
Yeah, I haven't even figured out how my stream's actually working. I've got a panel that has all you guys on it, but I'm afraid to turn it on because I don't want all
There we go.
sound to echo
There we go.
everywhere.
I've got a button that says refresh.
No way. Where'd you get that?
Yeah, wait, it's in OBS.
Sweet. We got desktop audio.
You learn everything. There we go. Now I got to do 3. I thought I saw Spelling Mistake say that she was coming in.
If Spieling's coming in, let me know and I'll send her an
Okay.
invite.
I see a Spelling doing stuff.
Is she on and gonna do stuff with us?
I'm at Battle Ready's site and I see her pain. I feel her
Yeah,
pain.
but I don't see her. I feel the pain.
Yeah, I feel the pain.
Now, Smiley Bee, you see my site? Watch this.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Watch
your
this. I
site
got
right now.
this. Watch this.
What are you doing?
Now look who's on the main screen.
Nope, still you. I have to refresh. Hold on.
Watch.
I
What?
didn't-
No.
No,
Shouldn't have to.
I'm waiting.
Didn't change.
No, I see you as main screen, your palette.
Yeah. Your main screen.
Okay. Yeah. Try to refresh because it's.
Yeah, let me refresh.
I hope that doesn't mean everybody has to refresh every damn time I do
Yeah,
this. I mean, every
yeah.
time I do this.
Oh,
Now,
you
Painty
have it.
Paint should be on the main screen.
Yeah, he's there.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. Now, Layden Rose is on the main screen.
Yeah, I have to refresh.
Every time.
Actually, it didn't
it's-
even update.
It did not change to Layton.
Yeah, it didn't.
It didn't.
No, still-
It took a while to change to Painty though, so.
Yeah, it did
Yeah.
take a moment for it to
Yeah,
switch
it's a
over to me.
delay. Yeah, it's still showing Painty
There it is.
Paint on my end. Yeah, it just takes a while. And then I go like that. Oh, that's wrong one. She's not here. And they're smiling.
Oh.
You see how everything changes?
We all bounce around.
Yeah, there's a huge delay. Yeah, I can bounce you around. Then I could put it back to mine. This is what I've been working on all week.
Yeah, that part I have to figure out, like what's actually happening on.
Oh,
my
it's-
screen.
Yeah. It's not
I don't
easy.
know. I just managed to get it so I've got actual desktop audio coming
Yeah.
through my router. Because what happens is because I'm on a Mac, it will not transfer audio between app to app. So I have to use a router like Black
What
Hole
the hell?
and then route my audio through that. And,
Oh.
that's been the issue.
Okay, I got to make sure.
Let me see my site.
Party time.
Party time!
We'll see if I get my ad garbage figured out.
It has not been enough minutes for that to trigger.
Sometimes it's based on lines of text.
Yeah, but it's supposed to go based off time first, from what I read.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. I wonder. So if I turn.
So it's based on time, and then it's supposed to make sure that there's a certain amount of lines of text before it triggers as well. And that's up to 20 minutes. I have not been streaming for 20 minutes.
Yeah, mine fired right after I went live. I set the timer for 5 minutes after I go live, and it actually started an ad in 5 minutes. So that was annoying.
It could be because Siri bots said something.
I did hook up Siri bot just to try and
Well, I don't have
automate
Siri
the
bot, so
messages.
it's not mine.
But mine.
'cause
My
My
Siri bot.
ADHD will not let me see the alerts. I don't pay attention.
Why did you? I swear, web-based apps. I love you to death, but I really want you to work the way you're expected to work when I say work that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got different ideas about that. You know that.
Well, so I created the GIF for you with it all being purple, and it's like, okay. So I just need to
let me see your channel.
Save the PNG with the current page and say download.
Yeah, see, I need to get my screens hooked up like your guys' is. Now I'm jelly.
Okay, there's that.
You're jelly? What do you mean? Mine is a train wreck.
Yeah, just to have all your streams on there. So if somebody was actually looking at my stream, God forbid, that they would see all of your guys' stuff as well, and to be able to hear all of us.
So that's what me and Al were talking about earlier. So in the stream together, when we were copying the sources yesterday, you can say use software instead of it be use desktop audio. I don't know how that works for you.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I've got to just be able to test it live with somebody at some point, just to make sure my audio isn't echoing all over the place on my actual stream too. I don't know. Almost there.
I don't want to interact
today, though. This is nice.
Oh, because it's not like instantly broken?
What?
I mean, I just broke it temporarily because I was trying to download.
Hey, what are you up to today?
Oh, yeah. Hey, Jay.
That'll work for now. Why is it showing?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there's 3.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Malty!
Malty!
Hey, Malty. I don't have it up yet.
What do you mean, Poop Man?
I don't have chat. I don't have chat up yet.
This trader missed you.
Good so far. Doing
this trader missed you as well, Malty. I know I didn't always catch up with you on the best of times during the week, but you know, I was busy. I was making that money.
Now, how do I? Who makes money?
Oh, I do.
I'm not a trader anymore.
When I'm on the bench, I'm getting paid.
Victory.
Nice.
Who's got the potato chips?
Right. I am resealing up my package of mineral spirits.
Oh. You keep it in a bag? What?
I'm a very nice person.
Aww. Aww.
I don't know what gave you the impression that I was a nice person.
Where did that rumor start?
Why am I
did that
not?
rumor start?
Yeah, where did that rumor start?
The wilderness must be explored. Caw, caw, roar.
See, it's when the bots are in there. The bots are throwing it off for you.
The bots are at war again?
No, not that.
Hey, Penny, I got a question.
What's up?
So when you run an ad chat message, like an auto message through SiriBot?
Yep.
How soon does it run it? Is it running it as when the ad starts, or is there like before the ad starts?
It's as the ad starts, is my understanding.
As it starts, it fires. Yeah. Okay.
So
thanks. I didn't know.
Yeah. I'm doing well, multi.
I'm getting a huge delay.
I am.
Why is this not?
Working on black and white. I'm going to do some black and white today.
So
black and white.
Working on non-scaly skin bits. So I'm working on leather.
The ink is black. The
so I've got this
white. Together we learned. Oh, my stream is unstable. It won't handle this.
What do you mean it won't handle?
That's why. That's why I got a big delay. I've got to come up with the money and buy a new router. This is ridiculous.
What's your upload speed?
Crap.
Okay.
5.
Yeah. Oh, like really 5 MB, 5 gig?
That's it.
Standard is 10.
And the only way I can get a better one is I have to spend $114 for a special wireless router that'll give me like 50 or more.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, I don't have that kind of money.
We've got AT&T optic fiber here, so I'm pushing up like.
So we don't.
Something.
Yeah. We don't have anything. We don't have anything like that.
Yeah.
I have AT&T fiber as well.
Yeah.
Smiling. But the box is literally right down the street from me. So if I call and I have an issue, they base it all based on speeds. And they're like, oh, well, your speed is 5 million. It's like, but it's only connected for like 2 seconds out of that 5 million times. So you get disconnects. Or you're having intermittent connection issues all the time. They're like, and? I'm like, you don't understand. You're pushing all of this data and it randomly disconnects and I can't do anything.
Right. Yeah, that's not acceptable.
Yeah.
So especially since we work from home, so we're both remote. So we're working our bandwidth pretty hard during the work weeks.
So, I mean, I'm working my bandwidth hard all the time.
Yeah.
But it was, we were like trying to like watch TV or something. Because I gave up, paying for stuff and I was doing only streaming TV.
Right.
And all of a sudden, it would disconnect. Or I'd be like playing like a stupid Hearthstone game at the time. And it would disconnect like constantly. And it's just, I finally said something to AT&T. And they're like, well, your download speed is higher than what is currently advertised. There's not much we can do. I'm like, are you serious? They're like, yes. I'm like, okay.
Wow.
Please hang up and let me call back in like 20 minutes and I will give a new complaint to somebody else that cares.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it's a shame that's what we have to do with customer service sometimes, but that's what you got to do.
Where am I going with this? So, Layden, I got the STLs you sent, so I was able to open them.
I got my mic muted again.
No, you're unmuted now.
Yep.
No.
We hear you.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt Smiling Beagle.
Oh, yeah. No, super quick. I was just saying that I got the STLs and I was able to open them.
Sweet.
Oh.
Yeah, I've had those for a minute. I was like, wait a second. I can share too.
Do you want those back, like in physical form, or were you just sharing because you're awesome?
I'm sharing because I'm awesome.
Okay, cool. See.
I need to send you that email to your business account, Sir Smiling Beagle at LLC or whatever.
Yeah,
at Gmail. Okay.
Just email me. Yeah.
Well, welcome in,
Yeah,
Rosferia. How are you doing tonight?
Hey, actually gonna paint something, I think. Let's see here.
We're getting our pre-stream scuff out of the way. It takes a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A few bugs in the system.
2 hours later.
2 hours later.
Here, we'll get a dad joke going. What's black and white and read all over? The newspaper.
Newspaper.
Wow.
That's an old one.
I hated it.
Welcome in. Be safe at work. I have to do that really quick for Smithereen because he usually runs off for he pops in for a dad joke and then has to do the work lurk as well.
Work.
We are quite adept at doing the work lurks here. Some of us.
You guys can't. You're not hearing my alerts or my sounds, right?
No. I can hear you talking.
Good. Just making sure.
We're going to work on some black and white today. I'm on a Minecraft server and a buddy wants to... What? Jay, Malty needs a backup. He needs backup in
I'm
Minecraft.
on a Minecraft server and my buddy wants to hunt me because I'm neutral. What?
Is it a PV?
My
How do they have
friend is
PV?
the bad guy on through the servers.
How do you?
Boo!
How do you have PvP in Minecraft? Just out of curiosity.
Servers.
Why? I know. It's just.
You turn on friendly fire?
I mean, do we really need PvP in Minecraft?
Yes,
Some people
I wish
do.
to watch everybody burn.
Not me. Exactly.
Chaos! Let chaos reign!
Well, I mean, I'm all about the chaos, obviously. It's just, do we really need it in Minecraft? Prancing Pony, that's for Lord of the Rings, isn't it?
That's enough. There's enough chaos going on in Minecraft. We don't need people trying to stab each other.
I mean, you're right, Rosaria. That's what I'm like imagining. Who can make the better pixel art?
I'm actually getting some painting done this week.
What?
I haven't painted in 2 weeks.
Oh.
Oil up tail.
Almost half the yard done and pulling down all the weeds that are taller than me. Hey!
Someone's vacuuming.
Yes,
what is
my
that
daughter
sound?
is.
Are you actually going to be painting, or do you have to do your like actual art stuff there, Ro? Rosario?
3 minutes.
No, I was talking to Chatter. Chatter.
Wah,
Oh. Mm-hmm. So now you've got to. Okay. I thought you were going to be doing like your live art, your live drawing.
Everybody, please enjoy my my timer messages, which are Disney themed.
Somebody's got the airbrush going.
No, that's my compressor. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, that's what I meant.
So tonight, all right. So let's all go around the horn and describe what we're going to be working on. Tonight, I am going to finally get out of my head, to some degree, this black and white monochrome figure that I had around my head since Battle Ready's like, I'm going to paint a Chaos Warrior with black and white.
And I never did.
And you never did. However,
no,
some of us still want to do it. So I have this figure from Grim Hollow Adventures. And I figured I would do him in black and white because Mineko is considered complete right now. So he's an old school, like a
cool
bat-looking guy.
Batman?
No, not Batman. Man Bat was last night. He's in the Dun box. Yeah, Man Bat. Man Batman. He's over in the Dun box. I figured I would futz with this guy while I was waiting to get my next big project started for our long streams. I'm still futzing around with different things. So what are you working on, Battle?
My Chaos Warrior, done as Lanesh. And I got his cape going here. Remember last week? Was it last week or the week before?
When you had
I painted the wrong cape and it won't fit.
Yeah.
So now that's what I'm working on. But I got his body done. Well, not done. There's still a lot of work to do. I don't know if you can see that. But now I'm working on the cape that actually fits the miniature.
Wee.
Yep, I do. And that's all I got going.
Who are you passing it off to?
Other than
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Other than upsetting what?
Upset. The only other thing that happened, I upset the wife yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah. I told her that the yard was almost done. I just had to do the weed cutting around the olive trees. And I think what I'll do is just burn all the weeds, the olive trees in the house. She's like, no, you can't burn the trees. You can't burn the house. She'll get upset. And I was like, oh my God, will you learn to take a joke? But anyways, she still didn't understand the part was, it sounds Greek to me. And she turns around and she goes, but it is Greek. And she still doesn't understand that joke. Yeah, because she's Greek.
That's why
to me.
Well, that's why she doesn't get it. It's not normal for.
Yeah.
I mean, all Greek to her is normal. That's normal.
Yeah, I wondered about that. I was working one job in downtown Portland, and on lunch breaks, I'd go out with our Indian friends, and we'd go find Indian food. And I said, "So to you guys, this is just food, right? You know, call it Indian food."
So the basic. Oh, so what you got going on over there, Smiling?
I am working on Beardy Warrior. Off camera, I finished. Well, I started on his leathers just to define those. So I got tired of painting orange, so I got to go back over those and clean that up. I've rubbed off a bunch of paint, so I'll probably fix some of that. But right now, I'm just trying to get some of these other things painted or based in for now.
Mm-hmm. And then
cloak highlighted. That was one of the biggest things I think I learned this last year.
What's that?
Is to not go over the paint once I've painted it, to let it dry before I go back over it again. I'm not tearing paint anymore, which is changes the whole. I mean, you can see this is all like smooth. 6 months ago, I would have kept painting over that, and it would have looked like crap.
Yeah, because it tears the paint up and leaves it rough.
Yeah. So it was a good experiment. How about you? What's going on with you? Who's that? Layden. Layden's next. Yeah.
I am working on an owl at Smiling Beagle Studios. Karen sculpted and printed, and then they sent it over to me. I'm working on it in oils.
Awesome.
And once I get tired of painting in oils, I will move over to a Grim Reaper check and paint in acrylics.
A
That's
green
what I
roof.
found. I'm not doing the details and oils. I tried to, and I went, nah, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
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 So
Knights who say, yeah.
I figured I would do this guy. Anything that was going to be a hard surface like bone, I would paint as a pure white, and then we'll figure out what to do later with it.
Batman.
Yes, Jay, I'm working with my hooter. Wow, a lot of Zelgado today. Promptly fuck off.
Who's it from?
Oh, the spammers.
Oh, he's not even working.
Who?
Oh, this one guy that I was thinking about inviting in, but he's not even painting right now. He was doing gumball, whatever the heck that is.
Oh, Gundam.
Gunpla?
Gundam, that's it. Yeah. I hear there's different ways to pronounce it.
I don't know.
Oh, there he is.
Our local shop sells a bunch of their models.
Those things are huge.
Yes.
They
Depends
look
on the
really
size.
simple too.
Some of them are easy to construct, and some of them are more complicated.
Yeah.
Feeling was considering buying one. That one.
Huh. Yeah, that's a whole different thing. Gundam painters.
That is a
Yeah.
whole different vibe.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of reminds me a lot of yeah, if you guys want, I have let's see. I have his link if you guys want to invite him in. I think he's from Thailand, is what he said. I don't know how much he has set up, but that's who he is if you want to see if you want to invite him in.
Bum, 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 bum. All right, so
We're going to have to probably write a how-to, set this all up for the stream for anybody coming in. That if they want to join it, we could send them the how-to, how to set up the video and the audio and
a quick
stuff in
little
OBS.
Might be a
Yeah.
good idea.
Something that they could follow along in.
Yeah.
I think a lot of this stuff we figured out by trial and error. This color's not going over the black real well.
Give it a few thin coats.
That's what I'm trying to do. Do 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 do. Da, 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 da.
We're all going to be singing different songs at one point, and then we're all going to sing the same ones. Now the question is, can we start singing "I'm blue, da be dee, da be da"?
Not.
Come on.
I wonder if this works. Let me see. I'm gonna try something here. It worked. Yay.
Go follow Layden Rose over at.
I'm just testing my buttons on my Stream Deck. I set up everybody with their own little shout out buttons.
Oh, looks like Painy's shout out button also adds Layden.
It does. I noticed that. My bad.
I was like, wait a second. One of those definitely says me. The other one says me, but then it says somebody else.
Cut and paste.
I have a blue house with a blue window.
I mean, I'll take credit.
Yeah, right.
It's Rosarius art, which, by the way, if nobody is, you should really give them a follow. They're a super sweet person.
Paste. Fix this real quick.
Drying off my miniature using my homemade hair dryer.
Okay, let's try it now.
Did I ever tell you the story of what happened when the wife and I were sitting around at some friend's house, and one of my friends turned around to her and said, "Go follow Battle Ready Manager." Oh, and they said, "Well, you have an accent. Where are you from?" She says, "I'm from Greece." He says, "Oh, Greece. I've never been to Greece, but I've been to Turkey. It's the same thing."
But what?
That's a good way to not ever really talk to that person again.
Yeah.
Wow.
But yes, they are a VTuber that paints Warhammer, and they've been working on a very interesting figure. They're going to do a actual art stream next time they paint. Once they finish up their Vict, they're going to do some hand drawing. So it should be interesting. Should be very interesting. For the grays, I want to base coat the skin in a gray.
I'm trying to get the base coat on this.
What's
that?
So I use any excuse to use this burnt red. I love this color.
Okay. I have to use the little boy's room.
Be safe. Don't fall in. Make sure you wash your hands.
Leave your headset
Never.
at your desk.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
I'll be back.
Please.
Please and thank you. Biologic anywhere on the planet is the same. Did I miss a Did I miss something? I could have.
Done rubbing paint off this unit. I should have varnished it after I finished that first round of oils. I keep rubbing all the paint off its tail. Boo.
Really? Oil? I thought oils were supposed to be harder on the once they dried and they don't rub off as easily.
I would have thought, right? But you can see over here where I was leaning on him pretty hard and it's rubbing it off its scales.
Oh.
From me stabilizing over here. I'm pretty oily, so it might be me. Greasy Italian.
So, how's everyone's week been?
Mine's been there.
Well, I mean, didn't you have a week off of PTO?
I did.
Nice.
That's kind of nice.
I'm just a nervous wreck, honestly. I've been on the bench for a month. I even hit up my reporting supervisor. I'm like, dude, I've been on the bench for a month, right? He's like, oh, let me push it upstream. Nobody's got anything. I'm still getting paid, but honestly, I'm waiting for this layoff notice to happen for them to tell me that, sorry, we don't have any more work for you.
Sir, this is a Wendy's drive-through. We're gonna have to do something.
I've been with this company for like 10 years, but
I know it's getting hard everywhere right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, I specialize in Magento development, and we don't have a whole lot of Magento projects anymore. So they put me on a couple React projects and a Vue project, which I knew nothing about. So I don't really have enough experience to walk into an actual job doing React.
Mm.
So it makes my skill set a little bit, now I'm out of date.
That's unfortunately what tends to happen in our industries. We find a way that we can't do our job anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I could consult, I guess, but nobody's hiring 60-year-old software engineers.
It's hard because it gets complicated with, as you start to try to like teach
I'm back.
The younger generations, it doesn't always go well, or it's we have opinions about how things are supposed to be done. It's like, well, this is kind of where we came from. It's like, well, just change it.
I think she's coming in.
It doesn't work that way. Doesn't always work that way, unfortunately.
Mm-mm. I don't know. And the whole Social Security debacle in the U.S., we don't know what's happening with that. So
yeah,
a lot of uncertainty going on.
There's a lot of uncertainty going on. I need to have that conversation with my parents when they come and visit in a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Make sure I'm still in frame with my hairy beard in the way.
I see somebody's hair.
Stay in frame.
I see somebody's hair. Need a haircut?
Not today.
Ooh. Not today. Okay, why did that do that?
Why did what do what?
Smiling Beagle's audio went full red on me.
Oh, it's probably because of the
because I didn't set my limiter.
Yeah.
I didn't put a limiter on it. That's odd. You big dummy. Why did you just do that?
But
I didn't put a limiter filter on it.
Screech as loud as you can.
That is actually one of the things about OBS that I dislike the most, is how you cannot copy and paste your settings as easily between all the different sources.
No, you can't.
That is like, if someone asked me what would be your biggest improvement to OBS, that.
and have them separated from each other.
Yeah. Because the problem is
I don't want to go into one scene and put something in there, but I want it like on this one here. I'm on the main screen, and if I tried to bring paints up to the main screen, it would change everything. You know, so I had to go in and manipulate it to get it to work right.
Yeah.
It was the craziest
able-
thing.
I'd like to have it be able to set the volume separately per scene instead of the music track. It's the same on all the
Yeah.
scenes, right?
Mhm.
You can't set the volume individually per scene. That kind of sucks.
I think you can.
Well, I cut and paste my music so that when I'm switching streams, it's the same track that's playing. So, I mean, I can set volume like with Stream Deck. If I go to live, it plays it. I set it to one volume. Then when it goes to like Be Right Back, for example, then I have it set to another volume. But I have to do it through Stream Deck. It doesn't do it in OBS on the scene itself.
Oh, Smiling. When you set up Siri for your ad messages, you did remember to give the command exclamation ad message or whatever it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I forget you have to set those buttons all the time.
Oh yeah, really? Something else to figure out. I know I've got ads coming and going. I don't pay any attention. I'm bad. Sorry, folks.
Yeah, I never pay attention to them.
But we got to pay the Bezos bucks. The Bezos. You got to pay the Bezos task. You want to log into the Twitch, you got to pay the Bezos tax.
Yeah.
I need to check out.
Paint my tiny things.
There we go. Trying to glaze over and get a gray on the skin.
So are you doing that just straight monotone?
Yeah. I'm only using black and white.
All right.
So
that's fun.
The spines are pure white right now, along with what's going to be considered a hard feature. So like the hardness of like the bone is going to be currently just white, and then I'll have to shade and adjust it later on.
That's kind of cool. Is that a Reaper model?
No. I have its box still. 1 second.
Whoops, sorry. There you go.
That's kind of cool.
I didn't see your foot sitting there.
One second.
1001.
Too late.
Two hours later.
I might have tossed its box.
I might have tossed this box.
Well, I had kept it for the most part, but they came from.
Jay, LOL.
So
Make
they
fun
came.
of Haney.
Do
it.
From Grim Hollow. They did a Kickstarter for something. I forget what it was, but it was not. It was meant to be like it's meant to be like a bad system. So you're playing like in a grim dark universe. So everything that you do is, you have to be the lesser of the bad guys. But so one of the things that I picked up was this Wyvern Dragon, which really reminds me of like an old black and white Dracula type thing. And that's kind of what gave me the idea. That and, Battle Ready sang that one day. So I have the 3 demons. One of the reasons why they're in the box still is because, hold on. Give me 1 second.
I gotta put this paper towel over here where it's gonna do me some good.
They put it all on sprues for construction. But as you guys can see, it's really tiny stuff. And it's just stuff that really annoys me. I looked at it and I'm like, I'm not building that today. I'm not dealing with that today. I look at it, I'm like, no, that ain't happening. I said, nope. Not happening. So it's just something that I don't care for him all that much, but the figure, he got out of the box. I was like, oh, it should be easy. It's a big flat figure. No. It was the anti okay. So
The opposite.
Yeah. So he was painted and primed at one point with white and black, and then he got reprimed in just black because I took a lot of filler and filled down the gaps along the spine of him that were there, and like an obvious gap that was here on the backside as well. Because it really bothered me to the point that I had probably assembled this guy eons ago, and he just never moved off my work in progress bench for gap filling and all that stuff. And I finally did it. I was like, I don't like him. So we're going to do something slightly different with him and see how it works out.
Well, that's what's good for models like that, is to just try stuff.
Yeah. So
try different things.
Work with the various amounts of grays and whites and blacks and just kind of experiment with what I want to do and just do just only black and white and mess around in those colors.
Nice.
But the one thing that I think doing black and white is if you want to add color to it later, you always can.
Mm-hmm. So depending on which source you want to look at for like old black and white TV, you could make an argument that a lot of blue was used. And, you know, depending on the TV set that you had, it actually used blue more than it did black. So if you wanted to use like a Payne's gray or something to mix into it, that actually would be an acceptable solution just because of how those old TV sets used to work. Like, if someone told you...
Yeah, I know.
But, you know, back in the day when we were watching like old baseball games and stuff like that, when you knew that the Cardinals logo had red in it, you didn't see like a version of gray. Your brain connected that it was red when it saw that those kinds of shades and the way that it was. I mean, it didn't read cold and bland. It just didn't read the color it was supposed to. So, I mean, if you use like different types of colors and different like blues and grays, it would actually read a lot better. But this challenge, I want to push myself a little bit more, and I want to use just black and white on my palette. I don't want to add in any extra grays or anything like that.
I don't think this brush is big enough for what I want to do here. I need a bigger one.
You need a bigger one.
I think it's part of the problem here. Let's get out the old number 7 here.
Yikes.
I have my number 6 from Monument.
I don't know who this is. This is just some cheap brush I bought on Amazon. They seem to be working fine, though. I was looking at Reaper miniatures for some possible miniatures because you guys said you wanted to do that left-handed or non-dominant hand thing. And I was looking at Reaper to see if I could find anything. Nothing.
Nothing jumped out at you?
There was one, though. Well, the one that did, and I've done them before, they have those little dice. You know, the little dice characters. Mm-hmm. One is a bard, one is a fighter. Mm-hmm. And those are fun. That was a lot of fun. The problem is they all say out of stock.
Oh, yeah.
So I thought that, because they're only like $4 a piece. You know, so I could buy all of them again and, you know, paint them all up again. So I thought that would be something cool for us all to do that with. But they're out of stock. They're not available.
not available.
I also already bought my ducky.
I need to go buy I need to buy my ducky. If nothing else fails, we'll do it together, Layden. Me and you. We'll have a ducky stream.
Yeah.
You got it.
Quack, quack. Quack, 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 quack. You really quack at the teacher? I mean, I could get the duck, but like I said, it was like $11 for it. And they wanted, what was it, $13 to ship it?
Yeah, no, Quack, quack.
Malty, perfect timing.
Quack, 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 quack. Because I don't know. I don't know if you saw Layden, but he's been doing like other characters as ducks as well.
Oh, are you talking about the ducky thing?
Yeah.
I haven't been keeping my eye on them in particular, no.
No, I know. I was just when I sent you
my heart goes out to Nierksen.
Oh.
I really want those fates, but I'm not willing to spend my money on that. Myself.
Just yet. Just yet.
Yeah, I'd like to do that duck. That duck looks cool, but
yeah, you don't have access to it right now.
I don't have access to it. Well, a decent access. Oh, and I was just thinking, I talked to the wife about that 3D printer, Smiling Beagle.
Yeah.
And she came back with a question. Who has time to go look for it? I was like, okay, I guess that's not happening.
Okay. That's the end of that.
Unless you want to go to Las Vegas and go look for yourself.
Viva Las Vegas.
Viva. It was interesting yesterday. I was watching my San Diego Padres were playing the Athletics. They're not called the Oakland Athletics anymore. They're just called the Athletics.
Yep.
They don't relate them to Las Vegas. They're wearing a Las Vegas logo patch on their sleeve.
Mm-hmm.
But they've been playing in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
And they just have Athletics. No, even in the Major League Baseball, they're not listed as Oakland anymore. They're just listed as the Athletics.
Quack.
Yeah,
weird, right?
Quack, quack. Quack.
Malty, are you a quack?
He's quacking up.
He's getting that quack on.
Quacking up.
We do have ads starting soon. I need to run downstairs and feed the kitty, and I'm going to grab the remainder of my coffee. I will be right back.
Kitty cat. Okay. I don't know if I have ads or not.
I got ads.
Take your meds. I already took my meds.
You can't make me. They make me feel funny.
About the meds?
I'm teasing.
That's the whole idea when you get to be my age. Now, I do want to say, you guys realize I'm just funning about my age. I'm really 667 years old. I actually think I'm doing pretty good at my age. There's a lot of people that have, by the time they reach 66, they're having all kinds of issues. I just make fun of it because I think it's great. I can't believe I lived that long.
Yeah, that part's kind of weird. We're going to be, Mrs. Smiling and I will be 60 in July.
Oh.
It just feels weird. It's like my head doesn't feel 60.
No, that's the whole thing. Now, yeah, the body does.
It's weird.
The body feels it, but the mind's like, this does not go with my body.
I was just 30 like yesterday, wasn't I?
Well, what's weird is when I was in high school all the way up through, college and everything, all through high school and all that, I weighed 180 pounds. 6 foot tall, 180 pounds. And then later on, by the time I hit 30, 33, just before I got married, I only weighed like 200 pounds, 205, something like that.
You're both getting called
Now that
young.
and now that I'm 66 years old, I weigh over 300 pounds. I was like, oh my God. What happened to you?
Super skinny I was like 100 when I was playing drums full time. I was like 135, I think, all through my 30s, 20s and 30s. I mean, I'm in 100. I think the biggest I've gotten was 190, and then when I got diagnosed with diabetes, my whole diet and everything changed. So now I'm back down to 170. Just because
I wish I could get back down.
Sugar and carbs and all that crap. It's actually a really good thing. Yeah, my favorite. I'm a total sweet tooth. Like I could go through a box of donuts like nobody's business.
Gabriel Iglesias. You know who that is, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Mexican comedian, the Hispanic comedian.
Yeah. Yep.
He had that one in there that I really liked. He was down at the donut shop and he bought a dozen donuts. And he come out from the donut shop and he forgot that the road was one way and he ended up turning left instead of right. Well, as soon as he did, the cop was sitting right there and he pulled him over. And the donuts are sitting on a seat next to him and everything. And he comes over and he's like, I'm going to eat you later. And the cop comes walking up to the window and he rolls the window down. And the first thing the cop says to you all the time, you know why I stopped you, don't you? And Gabriel goes, and he starts petting the box of donuts. You could smell them?
Oh,
You
no.
smell it. No.
What do you get when you cross a rabbit
You could smell these.
with a water hose?
With a water hose. Hairspray.
You get hairspray.
Oh my God.
Siri's really stepping up their. They're really stepping it up. All right. That's not. Yeah.
Good, Jay.
But Gabriel Iglesias is hilarious.
He is.
I love watching the stuff that he does.
Oh.
He's just so funny.
Because there was the racist gift basket skit that he did for a long time.
Yeah.
He ended up
I remember that one.
He had to stop doing it because of what happened in Mobile, Alabama.
Oh, what happened there?
There's a whole story where he tells where.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's one of the Netflix specials where he would talk about. So, for those that don't know, the racist gift basket was you would get a bunch of things for your friends that were like the stereotypic kind of thing. So, for Fluffy, it was like Fanta and tiger blankets, stuff like that. Mexican, flavored stuff.
Yeah. Yep.
He was doing a show in Mobile, Alabama. And as he was about to do the racist gift basket skit and talk about it, someone from the crowd essentially ran up to the stage.
Yeah.
And gave him the gift basket on stage.
Ooh.
Okay.
And essentially the guy was egging him on to open it up. And it was a bunch of really white-centric ideas of what Mexican culture looks like. So it was soccer ball with Ecuador on it. It was at one point he pulled out like a box of like the 48 crayons from Crayola, but he put all the different he put all the different shades of brown in there and put one white one in there. And he's like, what's this supposed to mean? He goes, now you know how it feels to be me. Kind of deal. And he's like, okay, so I'm never doing this again. And they make sure to not. Yeah. Because he turned the entire crowd against Mr. Iglesias. He's a cutie, but he did a couple of things for first kids. Yeah. It was not a good thing.
I like his one with the I'm waiting for paint to dry. Hey, you! I got a doggy here with me.
I don't think.
What was it? He bought a Volkswagen Beetle.
Uh-huh.
Was it a Volkswagen Beetle? And he went over to his friend's house, and he says, you got the Mexican gang members down the street. You know, the ones that just harass you. They're not real gang members. Mm-hmm. And they come over and they go, hey! And he turns around and he goes, what? He says, look at there, Fat and the Furious.
Well, there was a joke by a guy on YouTube by the name of Jerry Wayne.
Yeah.
And he goes, his whole bits of the joke were people would send in like pictures of their trucks or their cars or something like that.
Yeah.
And he'd be like, oh, you know, the only good thing about it, you know, the best part about the Jeep Commanders or whatever they were, the ones where they built like the pickup trucks. He goes, look, a Jeep that can carry its spare parts. Stuff like that. Or, oh, look, you just took a picture of this and it's just blah, 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 blah. Someone had sent in one of the VW buses, and he goes, sir, you're going to need to hide that photo because Gabriel Iglesias is about to come by your van. Because he has a very, Gabriel Iglesias has like a very big collection of those old VW buses.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Why is his pillow all hot? Yeah, the one that I liked, I wanted to, who was it? Was it Jeff Foxworthy? You might be a redneck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is it Jeff Foxworthy? I want to catch him because I've got the best one for him of all. He says, because people come up to him all the time and they're like, I've got one for you. You might be a redneck. And they go into the whole story. I've got one. My dad was a redneck, my father. Mm-hmm. Okay. And I tell him, yeah, you might be a redneck if you got an old 64 Chevy Bel Air with the back cut off and a camper built out of plywood on top of it.
Yeah.
I'm serious, man. And he drive. I used to hide inside the camper just so nobody could see me. He'd drive that up to Disneyland once a summer. We all go to Disneyland. You know, I'd hide in the back so nobody could ever see me in that thing.
Mm-hmm.
My first car was a 71 Volkswagen Squareback.
Oh,
what you up to, nerd?
Is it time for the cat tax?
We are paying the cat tax currently. For those that are unaware,
you going to get up in the bed or what? Are you going to sit there and just wiggle your tail at me? No, I'm not picking you up. No, I'm not picking you up. You can get up on the bed yourself, you lazy mutt.
Nerd.
Get up there.
Nerd.
Get up there.
Nerd.
Come on. Get up there.
Listen here.
Get up there.
Last time you were near my wet palette like this, it did not end well.
He's a fat tum-tum. He's a fat tum-tum.
Have you seen the one where someone installed... Hold on.
Ooh. Why are you all wet? Installed.
All right, 1 hour in. I'm going to switch to acrylics.
Have you seen the one where someone installed an AC window unit into the plywood?
Oh, yeah.
No, but I can imagine that. We're currently paying the cat tax. The cat tax is where she requires my attention for a handful of minutes. And we shall pet the kitty.
Someone installed an AC window unit. Yeah.
That's how it was able to pass you. It had a separate air conditioning unit.
Mm-hmm.
How are you, my love? Okay.
I think
It's not
this
going to
is
work out
fine.
with you right there. I'm sorry, sweetie. I know you seem to think that it's an okay
Are you
price for you.
sure? Are you sure it's not going to work out? It'll be just
Mm-hmm.
fine.
Just let
I've
me
been
control it.
I've been around for a while. I'm pretty sure I know what will and what will not work. And anything that you hear as a bop against the mic stand, I am sorry, it is her deciding that she wants to nuzzle everything. Hello.
Park
Hello.
and plug AC, I guess. Yeah, yeah. Our face is still sore.
Sore from all the yard work. I can understand.
No, it's sore from something else.
Mm.
I have to wash my face. There's so much dust here.
Mm-hmm.
I have to wash my face at least once a day, or my face just gets red spots all over it.
How does that work out for you when you try to bite me, nerd? Does that end the way you think it's going to end?
You want feed?
Never.
Ever.
You've got food and water.
Nope. Nope. That's this is how it works. You get to biting me.
Excuse
What
me.
happens? You get taken off the desk.
I feel like I'm putting fingernail polish on this fellow. Is that what we're doing now?
Maybe.
Could be.
I think so. That's a new phenomenon I've noticed online.
What?
Many folks painting their fingernails. That was like a new thing. I'm wondering if it's the equivalent of back in the 80s when we were getting our ears pierced.
No. It's just people want
Not.
different.
Yeah. Well, it's just get self-expression. It's another outlet.
Yeah.
I think by the time I was done being a rock star, I had 3 piercings on my left ear and 4 in my right.
I didn't do any of that.
Yeah.
I didn't do any tattoos, no piercings. Used to wear some weird clothes though.
That was the thing. Piercings.
I worked for a rock band, just setting up their equipment, tearing it down, running on a spotlight and stuff like that for them. And we toured all up and down the West Coast.
Nice.
Every night we'd play in a different nightclub somewhere.
Yeah.
And it was always funny because these guys all had, we all had long hair at the time. And anytime they would go shopping, they would go to the ladies department to find clothes for the stage.
Yeah.
And it used to get some of the looks on the ladies in the ladies department over there, because you see these guys, oh, what do you think? Does this look okay? And they're holding up a blouse, They're like,
yep. That was the thing. I used to wear eyeliner, and
yeah,
like a big thing.
I had big tall boots that I used to wear. I never played. We played mostly garage work. I didn't do anything spectacular. I wasn't very good.
We were doing contracts, so we were making a living at it for about 12 years. Where we had to work a lot, so we were playing up to 3 different clubs a week. So we were constantly tearing down, setting up, because to just keep making money. It's like anywhere from $50 to $90 a night a piece. We had to file taxes and the whole thing, but it was all over the Northwest. I think we were in Anchorage for 2 months. That was really fun. Up in Alaska.
Ooh, bet you that was cold too.
It was, and it was during the December and January. But we were in one club for 6 nights a week. I think I made $450 a week. It's like, wow, making bank. Of course, you're drinking like a third of that, but or a quarter of it anyway.
You had to pay for your drinks?
It depends on the place you were playing at. You could run a tab, they'd discount stuff, and cut you free things. But if you drank like us, then they would have lost a lot of money.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was never a big drinker.
Oh man, I was. That was my drug of choice. I've actually been sober for 2 years. The 28th of this month.
Cool.
So,
Yeah,
are you going to do a
I'm
special
getting
stream for your 28th 2 years sober?
I don't know. I haven't actually outed myself to the world yet. This is like the first time. I mentioned it on Grumpy's stream once.
I
We were
remember you talking about it.
Yeah,
there.
we were talking about addiction, and then but this is the second time, so I haven't broadcast it, but because I was sober for like 7 years once, and then I kind of went back into it for about 8 years.
That's
No big surprise that the same thing happened, and it actually progressed and got worse. And it was like, okay, we're done with this now.
so.
I've
A
drank
friend,
my share.
I was an ex of mine at the time. We were talking about something because I hadn't quite relapsed into smoking, but I had fallen back off. I was teetering on the wagon.
Yeah.
Then, she was very much into the non-smoking life, but I grew up in the times when smoking was like a normal thing, or it was normal to my family. Anyway,
Yeah.
Sorry, I was looking away at different things.
That's okay. That's all right.
But we were talking about something, and like we were reading something, and I kind of pointed out is that that's the part that nobody understands about addiction is that
What's that?
it's not an easy thing just to give up. Like it
Oh,
takes 3 or 4 times, and finally you'll find a spot where you're like, I should really stop. But
yeah.
But you have to find that point.
You can't tell somebody to quit.
Yeah, you can't tell someone to quit. It's something that when it happens, you go, oh, I need to quit. And it's really you that
I started blacking out and stuff. I would never used to do that. And then I was falling down my basement stairs and maybe slipping on a sidewalk, cracking my head open. All that stuff started happening, and I was like, okay.
Yeah.
There's always a part of the back of my head that's been looking out for me, though, and never let me actually totally fall off the deep end. I didn't drink hard alcohol. Typically, it was lots of beer, high potent beer, but I was never like a vodka drinker or any whiskey or anything like that. I would have totally gotten off the rails.
But someone's like, oh, I didn't realize it. I'm like, yeah, it's not an easy thing to deal with. Like it takes 3-4 times, and it finally has to be something. Because I mean, even Grumpy, one of the reasons why he battled it was for his little child had never seen him drunk. And he's like,
in the nose.
Oh, I want to keep it that way. So
double dip.
That was one of the large drivers.
Yeah, that's a tricky one. I put myself in rehab actually on a drunk. I've had it, and I just found a number online, and they sent me up to a place south of Boston for 3 weeks before my insurance cut me off. But it was awesome. It was perfect. It was spur of the moment, and it was the way I had to do it. I just had to break the chain right then.
Yep.
I haven't looked back.
Yeah. I mean, that's what ends up happening, and that's like the other half of the success story is like, yeah, you ended up finding it yourself. Unfortunately, nobody can tell you, oh, you can't do that.
What's a good color for fur out of Citadel? Rhinox hide?
Rhinox hide.
Rhinox hide?
Yeah.
Rhinox hide?
Yeah, that's usually what I see.
To start.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to go with a different color to lighten it up a little bit.
Boots with the fur.
What's it fur?
No, it's
for the back of his cloak.
It's a song.
Back deck. Oh yeah, I was one of those musicians that played on your back deck.
Yeah, those were the days.
Yeah,
the fur.
We actually could have made it. We put out a CD in '96. We were a cover band mostly, but then we wrote our own stuff, and then we recorded a CD. And we started doing a lot of big like festivals, and we opened for Tanya Tucker once, and a couple other people that were big at the time. And
Did you end up doing Woodstock?
Yeah, That's just funny you mentioned that. I was actually, when we first moved to New York, like 9 years ago, the first trip I made on my motorcycle was over to Bethany Woods, and went and saw the Woodstock site. And there were some kids left over, a couple roadies. They had just tore down a tech show that was happening there. And I rode in, and they're like, "So were you at Woodstock?" Like, I'm not that old, kid. Jeez.
Yeah.
I
was 10 years old.
Right?
No, probably 9 at the time.
I was 4, I think.
Yeah.
My mom was an old head from Haight-Ashbury, though. She, after her, and since we're doing life stories, her and my dad got divorced when I was like 2, so that was in '67, and she ended up going down to Haight-Ashbury and did the whole flower child thing.
Oh yeah.
And she had custody of me at the time, and she promptly lost that about 2 years later. But yeah, it was a scene for sure.
Too much. Thank God I never had to go through that.
Yeah.
Probably should have. My father was abusive to everybody. He had a belt with a big ring of keys on it, for different apartment buildings and stuff that he had to work at. And if you ever heard those keys hit the floor, you knew somebody was about to get beat. You see kids running all over the place.
Not good. So how about your
Which I don't
childhood, Layden? Since we're going there. Just kidding.
My mom was schizophrenic with visual and auditory hallucinations, so I had an interesting childhood.
Ooh.
That is interesting.
Roughly about towards the end of the 4th grade is when the courts finally intervened and separated me and my sister from our mother and gave us to our fathers.
Fun. Wah, wah.
Wah,
Killed
wah,
the stream.
wah. No.
Da 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 da.
Right.
Oh, that's not an easy thing.
No, I didn't meet my mom.
But see, back when I was a kid,
19.
being abusive, smacking your kids around with a belt was a normal thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have a physical parents, unfortunately.
Well, and I believe in discipline with kids, just not to the extent that he did.
Right.
Because I pretty much figured the first time you hit me with the belt, I got it. Okay?
Right.
You didn't have to do it 15 more times.
Yeah.
Message received.
Which is probably why I don't like ads today. Okay? I didn't buy it the first time. I'm not going to buy it the 15,000th time you're going to show it to me.
Yeah.
Of course, my wife being from Greece, she had a different theory on discipline.
It would be different.
Because I know we were in a store. We were in a store one day, and the oldest was pulling her shenanigans and reaching out and grabbing stuff off the shelf. And the wife kept yelling at her, "Stop that, stop that." And she reached out one time and she reached over and slapped her hand. And some lady decided that, that's child abuse.
Oh, geez.
And my wife turned around and looked at him and she said, "Well, I'm from Greece and we have discipline in Greece and we smack our kids when they need it. You want to be next?" The lady turned around and walked away.
Okay, then.
Well, I mean, sometimes you have to have the physical, like the immediate
Yeah,
response.
sometimes.
But it's not a requirement all the times. A lot of what's coming out
No.
of knew a person. They were in a complicated relationship with many things, and at one point, the biological parents ended up having to sit down with the person and be like, "Hey, you're being a little too much of a good parent to our kids. We need you to chill out a little bit." Because they were treating them more like adults and people, and like trying to get them to express their emotions and, you know, talk about the things that are going wrong rather than just being like, "Look, you can scream and cry all you want, it doesn't help," and explain what's going on and what's happening. So it varies, and the success rate is very different depending on how much effort you're willing to put into that, and that's kind of what some parents have started shifting to, and they're like, "Oh, well, it's gentle parenting." It's like, I mean, look at how screwed up most of us are on this chat right now.
Right?
You've got
all that this stuff.
I'm certified crazy by at least 2 different psychiatrists and a VA psychiatrist. Yeah. Certified.
Nice.
But I mean, you look at some of the issues that we've had, you know, within our relationships and trying to communicate and trying to get to, you know, get things to be expressed and explained. It's not easy or simple. And a lot of that goes back to our earlier, you know, informed memories of how problems got solved. Imagine that.
Yep.
Weird.
Be like our parents.
Yeah.
They just put me on Ritalin. Or, no, I was on Dexedrine. I got diagnosed as hyperactive when I was a kid, so I was on Dexedrine until I was like 13. And I think it's because we were the guinea pigs for what is now known as ADHD. They didn't know what to do with us back in the 70s, so they just put Dexedrine in our system to calm our ass down.
I mean,
I didn't get any of that.
Yeah.
It depends.
But I see the effects of it as an adult. Is what I'm actually just started looking at the last few weeks. Like, where is this showing up now as an adult? And I either get hyper focused like this, or I can't focus because I get distracted by anything really easy.
Yeah.
That's one or the other.
Yeah. That's part of, you know, some of the conversations that swirled around different aspects of ADHDs, and back then we didn't know what to call it, and we still don't know what to call it. And then, you know, like how it gets dealt with is different depending on the persons. And now it's, you know, trying not to drug the kids up immediately with Ritalin. And it's like,
oh man, yep, that was the first thing they would do. I was like, here, have some drugs. Oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah. Did you ever watch what was that show? It was on Hulu. Only Murders in the Building with Steve Short, Martin Short, and Steve. One of the greatest shows ever. I cannot recommend that show enough. It is absolutely hilarious. For just generational conversations, because of how it was formulated. Because you have the two boomers, Steve Martin and Martin Short. Those are the names I'm looking for. You know, they're living in like a New York building, and it's very much like the old style, like apartment complex where everybody knew each other, and you had to deal like the apartment complex tenants. It wasn't like anything today. And they still had like the really old people in there. And then you had like the really young person, Selena Gomez.
Yeah.
To kind of help bridge the gap between some of the things. And, you know, the premise is that someone dies in the apartment building and they have to solve the case there. But at one point, one of Steve's not full daughters, but it was like a daughter from some relationship, showed up, and it was like a Gen Z character or Gen Alpha character. At which point Selena Gomez turns around and goes, "Guys, can you come back in here and help please, I will give you $200. I don't know what this person is saying.
Yeah.
Help.
So
Help.
so this is a TV series?
Yeah.
This is a TV series?
It's a TV series.
Wow.
It is.
It sounds like an apartment complex I would not want to live at if somebody died in there every week.
Well, they got together. So like the first one was like the story of like why Selena Gomez went back to the apartment. So like as a child, everybody would hang out there, and it was like it's like a really interesting premise. So they all end up getting together because they're all listening to like the same Who Done It podcast. And they just, they had to evacuate the building one day, so they're all around talking, and they all end up coming across each other. And Martin Short and Steve Martin don't like each other in the show, but they're kind of like tolerate each other as friends because they don't have anybody else in their life, sort of deal. But it has like a really great set of cast characters. It's a beautiful show. When it comes back onto Hulu, I'll have to re-up it for a couple of months or let it run and then re-up it once it's done so I can watch it and catch up on it. Just because it's one that I will take the time to go back and watch. But it was a really interesting show from that point.
There was one story. There was a girl, probably in the 20s, 30s maybe, and her parents couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. She was really disruptive in class. She was just kind of spastic, always tapping her legs and jiggy. And they took her to like 3 different shrinks. Couldn't figure out what was wrong. They finally took her to this one guy, and he watched her for a minute for a while, and then went, "Wait a minute, let me try something." And he put a record on, and she started dancing. And it turned out that that's really the whole thing she wanted to be doing, was dancing, not sitting in a classroom. She turned out to be a real famous choreographer. And talking about like misdiagnosis in kids in school, that we deem as disruptive or whatever. It's just because we weren't geared to be in that environment. That's not what drove us.
Yeah.
And finding out what a kid's strengths are and, encouraging that.
Yeah. And that's what, kind of falls to the parents now. Well, I mean, it's supposed to be falling to the parents, but the school systems are still, lagging behind a great deal. In a number of ways.
We've got a school system that's designed to create good little worker cogs. Yeah. And fit into the machine nicely with minimal disruption.
All I could think about was Agent Smith and some of the Matrix promos where he said, "Drink up, we need power."
The only thing that is stuck in my head is Secret Agent Man.
Secret Agent Man.
Played it.
But
God, what was it? Lancelot Lynx.
That one doesn't ring a bell.
No, I don't know the theme song, but the show Lancelot Lynx. Remember that one? She said Secret Agent Man. You don't know Lancelot Lynx?
No, that's one that
the talking monkeys.
Nope, that does not ring a bell to me.
Had the little talking chimpanzees, and it was hilarious.
One of the, I was trying to
shit too much.
There was another fact about only murders in the building I wanted to bring up, but it's gone. It's gone.
Oh, and then I opened up my mouth and you forgot.
No, it wasn't that important, but it's one that I would recommend watching. Oh, it's a 30-minute show. It's a 30-minute show. We were having dinner one night with the group. Me and a former partner of mine were having dinner with another couple, and we were doing a couples dinner. And they were talking about TV, and he's like, "Oh, have you considered this show?" And there's talking. I'm like, "I don't really feel like doing the investment. It sounds like it's a serialized format, blah, 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 blah." And he gets to the end and he goes, and it's a 30-minute show. I said, next time lead with that.
Because next time.
I lead with how long the show is, because that's going to determine whether or not I'm going to watch it.
Right.
The other good ones,
or if I'm going to listen long enough to see if I want to watch it.
Yeah, Silicon Valley was a 30-minute sitcom on HBO, which was unbelievably great. For what it was, that show was amazing. One of the biggest strengths is that it was a 30-minute episode. So it was 30 minutes and you're done. And you're like, do I really want to watch another one or do I want to go to bed? Okay, we'll go to bed.
Yep.
Because it's not like, if you started like some of the shows, because I think Orville was going that way, and then a couple of other shows they started. Orville, when it was on Fox, was better than when it was on Hulu. Fight me. Because when it was on Fox, they
that,
stuck.
Sounds like you might.
Well, so
Smiling's like, I guess we'll fight.
True.
Well, some of the episodes are just too long.
Fight.
They're just too long. They're too long for what they are, and they.
Is that even still on anymore?
I
missed it.
They went to Hulu. They did the New Horizons. I think people complained, and they might be doing another season. I'm not sure. I didn't check it all the way out. But because it was so long, it could be so... Like, some of those episodes could drag on for too long. And they weren't fully interesting character studies sometimes. Kind of like Star Trek New Worlds. It's a great show, but do I really need an hour and a half of Uhura figuring out who she is in one episode?
Right.
Probably not. Okay, please no. Can we get on with like the major plot? Can we move the subplot up? I'm unsure what we're doing sometimes. When the format gets so long like that, if your story's not moving, people tune out of the story. Kind of deal.
Yeah. Agreed.
And that's why I thought it was better on Fox, is that it held to that 45-minute format, and they're like, this is how much time you have to do. And you can get rid of a lot of the BS. Like the episode where the pilot gets stuck back in the past and he breaks the rules, and they're continuing to break the rules. They go and they find him, and they're like, oh, well, he's not going to come back with us. Okay. We're just going to skip back in time further and go pick him up then. Why didn't you just do that?
Okay.
Why didn't you just do that? Why did you make it so complicated? Like, you know what you're supposed to do. You could have saved me 20 minutes of this show. I don't really need that. Or the weird bonding stuff they were doing with Isaac and that blonde chick. I forget her name. That's how unforgettable character she was sometimes.
Unforgettable. That's what you are.
Jay, what are you up to today?
She was playing Minecraft earlier.
Yeah, but what is she up to now?
Let me see.
How about now?
How about now? Or maybe now.
How about now?
Metal. How about yesterday?
Jay, type faster with your thumbs.
You type with your thumbs?
What?
Mobile device.
Yeah, they're mobile.
Oh.
They hang out on their mobile device. They don't plug into their PC.
I am in frame.
You type with your
Okay,
thumbs? No wonder I can't get my phone to work right. I've been using my fingers.
I thought you were going to say toes.
That's impressive.
It's almost the same thing.
I thought you were honestly going to be like, I type with my toes.
I don't have hands. Me looks at the stream. What?
Those aren't hands.
Definitely
Those are
see
my
you painting
toes.
with hands.
Somebody's hands.
This entire
They're
time,
not mine. They're an optical illusion.
Yeah. This entire time, he hasn't been painting with hands at all. It's just been something.
Oh no!
We've been in a
I've
weird,
been lied to.
a weird
My eyes
little
are broken.
Saw episode. That's what I was trying to think of.
You know, I'm worried so much about this dark purple on the back of a cloak that's probably not going to be seen that much.
Have you considered not worrying about it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, what I need now, what might be a channel point redeem, is just Layden Rose's famous quote right there. Have you considered not worrying about it?
You're not worrying about it.
Well, I thought you were going to say something else.
Oh.
No. That's all I could think about was someone going, have you considered not thinking about it? Well, I mean,
Well,
yeah.
you can always go back and clip it. I can't stop you.
No, you can't.
I'm just gonna go onto your channel one day and it's gonna be there, and I'm gonna go, well, time to spam it. Oh, well, time to spam
You know, I don't clip that much.
Ever. I never. Ever.
What about coupons? Do you clip coupons?
Coupons.
I'm sorry,
What are
there's
those?
my ADHD brain for you. You're welcome.
Coupons.
Coupons? Where that coupons? Where did that come from? Coupons. Oh, what the heck was his name?
Oh my God.
Ron White.
Yes.
Ron White did the coupons thing.
Yes.
Coupons. That's right.
He went to a concert and he wanted a beer and he had to buy coupons.
No, he went to a state fair, and they
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah. It was. They only could.
And they only redeemed coupons.
Yeah. He's like, where do I go to get the coupons?
Coupons. And then I guess he went to the local bar and all he had was coupons. Do you take coupons?
He was a winner. That guy sobered up too.
I don't think he ever has.
I don't know if he ever did.
If you've seen him recently, it's a totally different thing. He started going down to ayahuasca retreats, and he hasn't drank in years now. He smokes weed like a fiend, but he said he had to quit drinking. And the hardest part was that he identified that was part of his brand, right? And so it was a little more ingrained in him. Just having a glass of bourbon was his brand, and so that was quite the thing.
So it was.
I don't know. Why do you think nay, Penny?
There was a
black.
I'm taking a stretch break here for a minute.
did. I'm sorry.
I see a big hand. What's that? Layden Rose, what you got in there? Looks like a giant hand.
You got water in there?
On your stream. Looks like a giant finger or thumb.
She wasn't in frame.
She still ain't. Oh, there she is.
Yeah.
All I saw was this screen of skin.
There was he did a retreat down to South America.
Yep.
And he
Mushu.
In that retreat, he did a spiritual exploration with a shaman and had some mushrooms.
Yeah.
and he was talking about the experience, and he goes,
"Shrooms."
Someone's like, "Well, how will you know?" He goes, "You'll know. You'll know." He comes out of the tent or something. He went to go do something, and I forget exactly what it was. But he looked around and he goes, "Oh, I guess it's working."
Yeah, he was doing ayahuasca. It's pretty rough. They were thinking of going to Costa Rica and doing that actually, but I don't know.
Shrooms?
No, ayahuasca. It's way intense psychedelic, but it's been around forever. It's like a big thing, like all the celebrities. Like Will Smith's been down there a gazillion times, and you get it guided by a shaman, and you drink this elixir that they create. They've been making it for thousands of years. But yeah, it's like a whole thing.
Yeah.
It's super intense. I mean, I did a lot of psychedelics early on, but as an older person, you get way more set in your mental neural pathways. And I would be afraid of just unscrambling absolutely everything, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but I don't know if I want to rebuild my psyche at 60 years old. So,
yeah, there's not really a save point for that.
Right?
No quick saves. Not allowed.
No.
No respawn.
Yeah, that one is like, well, so you've been watching a lot of isekai and you're going to believe you're now in a video game for the remainder of your years. Congratulations.
Right. Oh man.
I accept. No.
I accept the challenge. Now DMT, that might be a thing, because it only lasts for like 5 minutes.
There's a strawberry moon tonight.
They say tonight and tomorrow night. Pink.
I just want the aliens to come and say hi already. Okay.
I know, right?
So, was it Neil deGrasse Tyson had a short where he was doing some interview with somebody, and he goes, "If aliens actually landed and said, 'Take me to your leader,' where do you think you're going to take them?"
To me.
Seriously, where would you take them? Would you actively take them to the White House?
Hell no.
No.
Would you take them to Congress?
No.
If you're a wise person, would you take them to your wife or significant other that has deemed themselves to be the leader?
No.
Ooh, that's... Yeah, so that was the point, is that Neil deGrasse Tyson was like, you're going to take them to a scientific place and make sure that you're not sideways.
The Babylon Bee did that. They had a little thing where aliens came down to Earth and they wanted to be taken to the leader, so they took them to Joe Biden and they talked with them and everything else. And once they got done, they go, "No intelligent life here."
Right. Now I like Stephen Greer's CE5, where it uses meditation to actually try and create connections with these folks. The ET.
Jay, what are you doing?
Denied.
What's going on?
Be appropriate.
All I see are
if you're going to be inappropriate, maybe don't use a public official's name.
Hi. How are squids?
Hi, Karen.
There she is.
Hi, Karen.
Everybody says, "Hi, Karen."
Hi, good morning.
She just got up from a nap, too.
Good morning.
5 hours.
Well,
5 hours. Well, she had a sleep cycle. It was like a 5-hour nap. She just got up.
Well, I guess technically it is morning. It's 12:43 a.m. here.
That's what happens when you try and make me clean things.
Then
I have to sleep for 5 hours.
Jay, you can have a beef with him outside of a stream that
Am I missing something?
3
I
out
have a
of
beef
4
with
of
him.
us in the United States. I don't
beef with
need
what?
my
That
stream
I-
to be monitored in that type of way,
Oh.
please.
Yeah.
Not kidding.
Not kidding, not kidding.
Kidding, not kidding. Haha.
I'd be afraid to leave the country right now, honestly, and come back. Because I was looking at maybe making another trip to India before my visa runs out. And I'm worried about being able to get back in because I have quite a bit of. Well, no, I don't have too much disparaging stuff, actually. But I don't want them looking through my electronics.
The internet just foreborn.
Oh, that Avenue
You're seeing
Q.
messages we're not seeing.
I deleted
I'm seeing a
her
bunch of
message
icons.
before it appeared. That's why.
You have secret messaging going on. I see.
Well,
Secret?
It got flagged, and
it got flagged as a sex-based
Oh.
message, so I
Ah,
got to review it before.
Mhm.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
so that's why she's berating Jay right now.
Ah.
Yeah,
Mm.
a message got
Resolve.
stuck in auto moderation, and
Down. Please.
Who's our
Yeah, I got
gaming
jacked
witness?
up in New York coming back.
Good boy.
I had 1 year I flew from Las Vegas, went from Las Vegas to Atlanta to New York, and New York to Athens, Greece. And then I was in Greece for like 3 weeks. And then I turned around and came back, went through the airport. And when I got back into the United States, they went through the screen and everything. And they said, "Oh, we need you to empty all your pockets." Well, I had emptied all my pockets. And they wanted to go through everything. And when I went through, I have a wallet that's made out of nylon. Okay. And I never took it out of my pocket at any time because there's no metal in it whatsoever. It's all of nylon. And the guy come over and he took the wallet out
Please. Good boy.
and he looked at it, and there's a little tiny zipper on it. The zipper is made of nylon, but the little handle piece, the little thing that you grab, I guess was made of aluminum or something.
Ow.
And it flagged that.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, wow. I flew all the way from the United States to Europe and back again, and nobody picked that up. Maybe you need to calibrate your system a little bit to not be so simple. And they jacked me up.
Wow.
I said
I
that.
lit you up.
I was like, you've got to be kidding me here. They pulled me off. "Sir, you need to step over to the side here. Our supervisor's coming over to talk to you." And I was like, you've got to be shit. I mean, you've got to be kidding me.
It's a wallet.
It's a wallet, you.
The first
Apparently,
time
they
I
got
went-
upset because I told them they had to calibrate. They should recalibrate the machine.
yeah, you can't say that.
Apparently,
We came back from Italy once, and they took our prosciutto ham, and what else did they take? Customs when we came back in the country. Yeah, we had this big, fat, beautiful thing, and they're like, "Yeah, it's not pasteurized. We're going to keep it." I'm sure TSA just had
Yeah.
a great party with that.
part with that. We came back from Greece one year, and we got on the plane. I think it was in Frankfurt, and they were going through the bags and everything.
I've been
And
to Frankfurt. Yep.
yeah, they found in my wife's bag these little containers, probably about, I don't know, maybe so big around, maybe 2 inches, whatever it was. And it had vanilla in it, vanilla paste that you would eat. And she had 2 of them in there. And the lady was like, "What is this?" My wife goes,
Delicious.
"It's vanilla.
That's what it is.
It's delicious. It's sugar." And they said, "Well, we can't allow you to have that. We can't let you take that to the plane." So they confiscated both of them. We got all the way inside, and we were sitting there. And the wife turns around and she says, "God, these people are so stupid." I says, "Why?" I says, well, they flagged those 2 little things of vanilla, but they missed this big one. She's got this big damn tub of vanilla that was in her other bag. They never found
Ha!
it. I was like, yeah. So that's what you do. You have to buy a little bit of something for them to take, you know?
Ah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Oh, ad starting. I got 2 minutes.
Oh, you got 2 minutes?
I have 2.5.
Yeah.
I don't know what I... Oh, I've got 30 seconds.
So
ad
it's-
break ends. Oh, I'm on an ad break right now. I
by
didn't
the
even
time
know
I
that.
See the alert. It says ad starts in
I know
1
it's
minute,
too
8
late.
seconds. I never see it. It's like, and it's right in front of me, but it's not my field of vision while I'm staring down at this little guy.
Yeah.
I gotta draw.
Let's
his
see, what else
eyeballs.
do I need?
I'm not painting that. I'm gonna draw it in with a pencil first.
I've got to figure
Plan,
out.
great plan.
Yeah, I think Battle already mentioned that last week. We were talking about
What's
that, like penciling in freehand stuff and then painting it.
Oh, yeah.
I got to do that with you.
Well, I think Layden Roses was actually penciling in stuff. And I said,
Yeah.
that's how I do it, too.
Yeah, I did that for the honeycombs.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, go get him. Get him.
Yeah, I didn't do that when I did my kimono. I just sent it with white paint.
Cloudy
To be
zombie
fair,
eyes.
though, you did start with a really, really light wash.
Yeah.
So that's essentially penciling.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
meow.
Maybe.
I don't know. I'm not feeling this
Colored letter. I'm getting lazy.
white and black as much as I thought I would.
I'm trying to get the backside of this thing done.
Oh, geez, time flies. I'm gonna stretch.
I
for
suppose.
5.
It is
I'll
almost
be
6
back in a
o'clock.
few,
4.
guys.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Let's see. What's going on in the news right now? Let me see. Time for the news. Waiting for it to populate. Let's see. The Yankees are beating the Giants 8-4. Athletics 2-1 over the Mets. That's my news.
A little stretchy break.
Boston's winning.
Oh my god.
Washington's winning.
You went out. You were out.
Yeah.
Hey, Smiling, don't forget to mute your stream together.
I will. Thanks. Yep.
Yeah,
All the
don't
Padres
forget
and the Rockies aren't playing. Who the hell's barking out there now?
We have ads
Official
starting soon.
site of
That's
the
not it.
National Hockey League. They got Alex hung up at 895 goals. They haven't mentioned if he's gotten anything since then. Islanders are out of the playoffs.
Aw.
Who's barking out there? Let's see. Montreal's still trying to clinch.
Hey,
The
Jay, is
Penguins have been
Divine streaming
eliminated.
today?
Thank you. Thank God for that. No Sidney Crosby this year.
I haven't seen them all week.
St. Louis, Minnesota, and Calgary are the only 3 teams left.
You don't know.
82. 3. That could give them 6. Okay, that's why
Why not?
Calgary's still in it.
I'm not their keeper.
Nope. Yeah, my stream is so unstable, it's ridiculous. Or that's what it says, anyways. Who's barking out there?
Yasuna.
I think we're going. No, I think it's Artemis.
I guess wrong. No, I'm not staying the other name. You can't make me.
Who? Sniff and Piss? What, Artemis? Uh-oh.
You only
I
get
know
one
what you
clip of
want.
me saying that one.
I know what she wants.
Yeah, that one is your 8-ball, because mine
Yes.
doesn't have that
Come
one.
here. Come on.
That is pulling
Move out of
strictly
the way.
from your 8-ball.
I just hid their food on you. I've got the Artemis with me. Artemis. It's a baby girl. It's my girl. One of my 2 girls. Well, one of 4. I have 2 daughters and 2 female dogs. I don't see Daphne that much. She's a homebody in my youngest daughter's room. But this one here, she hates being alone. What, baby? Oh my God, does she? When we first shipped them over from Las Vegas to here, the pug, Yasuna, and Artemis got sidetracked in Amsterdam. And they got held up over there because somebody screwed up the paperwork. Well, Yasuna didn't have any problem. He was like, Amsterdam? I want to go down to the red light district. But Artemis, they kept them in separate kennels. And we thought we were going to lose her because she was just so depressed. And they had her on video and everything. And I said, where's Yasuna? You have to put the 2 of them together. She hates to be alone. She has this anxiety about being alone. She has to see somebody or she goes nuts. And you need to be brushed. I got white hair all over the place. Yeah, I got white doggy hair all over the place. Yes. Husky kiss? Give me a husky kiss?
Oh, husky kiss, husky kiss, husky. Husky kiss ass.
Nope. Husky kiss? Haha, I hid their food. You can't eat their food. So I know that's what they're looking for. Are you going to lay down now? Don't go over there. I know what you'll do. You'll have Edo and you'll swallow him down without even thinking twice.
Delicious.
She's tried a couple times.
Delicious.
Actually, I think she said he needed a little salt. Little salt and pepper. Okay, you done sniffing around? No, don't sniff my medication.
You mean our medication?
Yeah, with her. Lay down, baby. You gonna lay down? Huh? She says, I want to be pet. Everybody's ignoring me. Everybody's ignoring me. I'm probably gonna mess up my camera. And it'll probably be upside down. Doing cup, it's upside down. Where is she? There she is. There she is. Whoops. My shirt's unbuttoned. I can't get her in camera. There she is. She's upside down. Anyways. That's the husky. What the bloody blazes happened here?
What?
Oh, my camera went funky on me here. There we go. Turn it off and turn it back on again.
It's always a solid option. Turn it off, turn it on again.
Yeah, reboot. Used to get people do that all the time. I tell them, have you rebooted your computer yet? Well, yeah, I did 5 minutes ago. Well, did you seriously reboot it? Or did you just hit restart?
You're the IT person that I always want to throw my phone at.
Why? Do you know that with Windows 10, they set it up so that if you just did a restart, the computer actually does not restart? Because that way they said so it can load up faster. You have to shut it all with Windows 10. I don't know about Windows 11. Windows 10, to get it to reset, you had to physically shut it all the way down. Couldn't do a restart on it.
I don't like doing restarts unless it tells me that I have to do something, then restart.
Then you need to be on Linux. That way you don't have to reboot.
I generally just turn it all the way off and then turn it all the way back on. Always.
Yeah. Well, if you turn it off at the end of your day, you're fine with that. But most of the computers I worked with, they got turned off maybe once a month.
But I love calling my software companies for my workplace, and they give me that question. I was like, I'm literally like the IT for my company.
Yeah.
I hate that you just asked me that.
Yep.
Because if I could go in and reprogram your software so that it didn't do the fucking thing that's irritating the ever living shit out of me, I would.
What I just heard is whatever it does, we need to find out and ask the question, did the software do the thing? But it can't be, did it do the thing? It has to be the specific thing that just made Layden go, I want to kill somebody.
Damn camera.
Did you try turning it off? Yes, I tried closing your stupid application, and I tried restarting my computer. Well, we're just not seeing an error on our side. I'll give you an error.
You know the one that drives me nuts?
I'm going to give you heart palpitations in the worst way.
I'm going to send you the error via mail. It's going to come on a pointed object.
We have
my favorite is when I can finally convince them to get remoted into my computer.
Yeah.
To look at their software and what it is doing. And they go, "Huh, I've never seen it do that before."
Well, that was one of the things.
That's why I called.
That's the one thing I told all my technicians that I trained. They come over and they go, "Okay, Steve, can you come over and help me with this issue and tell me I'm not quite sure what's going on?" And I'd ask them, "Are you remoted into the computer yet?" No. Then come ask me again when you're remoted into the computer, because I tell all my, that's the first thing you need to do. When someone has an issue, you need to remote into the computer and see what's going on. You know, don't play games. But the one thing that bothers me, that drives me nuts, is when somebody says, have you updated your drivers lately? That will send me off the deep end every time. First of all, Linux doesn't have drivers per se. Okay. But yeah, I've updated my drivers. I hate that worse than did you reboot. What, Artemis? Why are you sitting in the corner now? Why don't you lay down on the floor like you normally do? He says, but you're not petting me anymore. I got to get back to work here, Pumpkin. Yeah, people love calling when I was working. They'd be like, "Oh, Steve, I finally got you. I got somebody who knows what they're doing."
I don't know shit. I like play. I've got 2 people who got hired recently, and they supposedly have IT knowledge, but
yeah,
whenever they're presented with a new application, and I'm like, "You've got IT knowledge. Here's an app. Go have fun, learn it."
Yeah, that's it. You have to learn it.
Proceeds to not learn it. My favorite is I just got back from vacation yesterday.
Yeah.
Because I did my short day. And I was reading one of the messages from my GM, and they listened to what somebody else said, and took them at their word that I never put something on their computer. I was like, just because you don't know how to use it,
why is that?
does not mean that I did not do my job. I don't appreciate you telling my GM that I didn't do my job.
Huh.
Because I certainly did. And I went back and I found the timestamp of the email from my
Right.
engineer for that software program that they installed it on that computer. I was like, it was installed on February 26th onto his computer. And I did walkthrough with him, and I left him a physical printed out guide of it. So you can't tell me that I didn't.
Why?
It's not my fault
Paper
if they just are not
trails.
actively listening.
Why am I getting there?
Trails.
Oh, that's odd.
Welcome
I was
back,
just going to
Miles.
say something I forgot.
Meh.
And I forgot.
Meh.
Audio input.
Yeah,
Why is that one?
How did your how bad did Karen beat you at pool?
Pretty soundly. She's actually gotten pretty good. So they have like we're playing in league. So in the APA, they have rankings based on kind of how you play. So I'm and it goes up to 7. So I'm a 5. She was a 3. We stopped playing about 6 months ago, but we were on the league for about 5 years, and she was a 3. She's definitely a 4 now. So it changes. Like if we'll play a match together. So as a 5, I have to win 4 games. She has to win 3. And before she was having to win 2. And it was just like, I would never win. I'm like, we're going to boost you up to a 4 here at home. And now she's still kicking my butt. But yeah, she's gotten pretty good. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. We thought we'd meet people in league, but down here in old North Carolina, but it's not our kind of people.
Yeah.
I don't know what our kind of people are, but it's
yeah.
I don't know. We haven't met anyone down here really that we connect with.
I mean, not your neighbor that came out shouting at your dog?
Oh yeah. Besides him. He's my new favorite neighbor now. Actually, I talked to one of the homeless guys. I talked to one of the homeless guys that lives in the area. Him and his girlfriend actually live in an abandoned house about a block and a half away. And I've paid him. Yeah, it's kind of a sketchy part of town, but it's actually really safe. It's just old. It's old Greensboro, and it's kind of run down. We got a great deal on the property, and the house. What we've got is awesome. But the neighborhood's run old and run down. But anyway, so I used to hire them to do work on the house and stuff, clean gutters and pull weeds and just random stuff. So they're okay. But I was asking him about the guy behind us. I'm like, dude, what is his story? And he goes, oh yeah, he's not right upstairs. He's on meds. He doesn't take his meds half the time. He's an alcoholic. There's issues going on. So he probably doesn't even remember anything that happened, I'm sure. But yeah. But it's hard to meet people because excuse me, sorry. I'm inhaling coffee.
Go ahead. Oh, I was going to say, being able to remember things is something. Not being able to remember things is something that happens when you've had 6 concussions.
Yeah, right. No, I don't know. We're in a strange place because we're into, I don't know. We lived in an ashram for 5 years. So a lot of our drive is always searching for truth, and it's looking for what is the source of all this. And it led us down lots of different rabbit holes and all this. And we lived in that's what brought us to the East Coast is we lived at Ananda Ashram up in New York for 5 years on staff. Because I had met a teacher from India and he toured the country back before COVID. He would go around the country once a year. He's a low-key teacher guy from Northeast India, up in Dehradun. I've actually been up there like 10 years ago. I think I went up, and but anyway, Ananda Ashram was one of the stops that he would make, and he would do his whole thing was teaching meditation. That's what it was all about. And you can't even ask these questions really of who you are until you get your mind quiet enough to actually do that. And so anyway, we ended up following him out to Ananda. He would do like a week retreat, a meditation retreat for a week every year. And we came out twice and then petitioned to be on staff. And so we were on staff there for 5 years. And the place, ashram means forest school in Sanskrit. And so it's where you would send your kids and things to learn this stuff. And so they taught meditation, Sanskrit, dance, classical Indian music. So I learned how to play tabla there, but we had world-class sitar players. We had a full-on vegetarian kitchen, 3 meals a day. So it was think of it like a huge, and they taught yoga, obviously. But think of it like a really big yoga retreat, a yoga retreat center. So people would rent. That was our moneymaker, was people renting from retreats, and they'd come up from the city. But we had all these classes and meditations and things that happened all year round. And there was about 20 of us at any given time that was on staff. And then the rest of it was staffed by volunteers throughout the year. And people would stay. You could stay anywhere from a few days to weeks to months. Some people never left. There's some people there. Their teacher that started the ashram was a neuroscientist, Dr. Mishra, and he had started it he started the Yoga Society in New York back in 1955. And so the place has been around since 65. And he passed away in 93, but he was a neuroscientist and a psychologist. And so he was teaching and a Sanskrit scholar. And so he started this ashram up. And there's a handful of people that have been there since the late 60s still.
Wow.
There's families that have gone through there. There's kids that have been born there. And one of them still lives there, is Parab. His dad teaches the dance. He's the head of the dance school. They teach Kathak dance, which is a North Indian dance. And so Parab was born there, and he still lives there. He's got to be late teens now. But other kids grew up there and have since moved off, but they may come back. So a lot of the alumni would come back for events and things. And it was a really special situation. We gave ourselves 5 years, and at the end of 5 years, we were like, okay, do we want to stay or are we leaving? It's like, nah, let's go back out in the world. So we went and got a rental house. But anyway,
yeah.
Yep. That was actually the very first cover song I ever played with my first band. That was 17. Yeah. But yeah, so meeting people that think about that, pin that. But meeting people that are in this kind of mindset or backgrounds that we have, into the whole ufology and paranormal and things like that. You don't run into them on the street typically.
You can run into them the street. It may be the wrong kind.
Yeah, well,
it may be the wrong.
That's some of our background. We're kind of out there, but at the same time, we're super practical. We're like computer people. I'm a software engineer. She's been a CAD drafter forever and a surveyor, and so, it's not like we're all woo woo and out in the weeds that way. It's been doing this kind of seeking. Logically.
Don't say weeds, please. You say weeds, and I see the backyard.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah.
I will never get this done.
Trigger anything.
No, I'm only kidding.
No, our yard
not
is
about the weeds, but
so
I guess they have a big issue here with it.
My
My diatribe's done.
Now, why are you all of a sudden not fitting?
It was, I don't know if you guys have Amazon Prime, but there's a show on there called Alex Cross, which is based on the book.
Yes, Stella. What's up?
Can't hear you, Petey.
Oh, why don't I speak up and actually like use my voice rather than mumble?
Yes.
You've been
use it and
a lot
abuse it
recently, sir.
We all have our damages. All right, we all have our damages. Let's just leave that one there. The Alex Cross was an interesting police procedural with the guy that played he was in Leverage. He was the computer guy, the black character. He was doing that, and there was an interesting serial killer in that first season, and I'm curious to see if they go back and do it again. But he'd pointed out something about finding a different religion, or when you convert a religion, is that you don't choose the rules you follow. You kind of go to it like to an extreme zealot point of view. So the premise is that a person was murdered and they didn't know if it was intentional or if it was an accident, kind of deal, and they were trying to like hide it. And the character came out of prison and was found the Muslim religion, so he stopped eating pork. But he stopped eating pork to like the point is that he wanted to be, when you choose to follow that kind of religion and those kinds of rules, you're like a zealot almost with them, because it's like it's ingrained like hardcore. Like if you met like a lot of people like, oh, I don't really eat pork. It's like, well, this is a barbecue rib, and they're like, oh, I'll try it just to see if it's good. You know, you're not going to find someone and be like, oh, I can't touch that. It's more like, yeah, I'm going to touch that because, you know, I want to try. And it's hard to find those kinds of mindsets. What's up?
Oh God.
Yeah.
I got to get on my knees so I can find the bases for my miniature. I think they're in a box under the bed. So if you hear moaning and groaning,
yoga's not too. It's more spiritual based than it's really just asking who you are and then doing the work to find that out. But people that are open to that don't like. Yoga became huge in the United States, but it was hatha yoga, the physical yoga, and Americans look at that like, oh, it's an exercise, and there's so many more different types of yoga. There's bhakti yoga, there's jnana yoga, there's, you know, and it was all ways to get back to one is basically it, and which so it's interesting.
I found them.
Yay.
I found one. Got it.
Details.
It's so hard. When I was younger, I was a catcher. I could come out from behind home plate so fast. You know, you drop a bunt down in front of me, I come out from behind home plate, I pounce on it like a damn cat. Now I weigh so much, if I fall down, I gotta have help getting up.
I get it.
It's like insane. Oh, to be 18 again.
No, to be on the edge of 18.
Well, I want to be 18, so I'm legal.
I have a chance to make a whole another life of bad choices.
Yeah, I got married.
That's
only once?
Only once.
This is our third.
Oh, not me.
I got married really young the first time. We were like 23. It was way too young. We lasted about 2 years, and that was
Oh.
the end. And then the second one was with we had 2 boys. That was good. It was about 10 years, and that fell apart. And then this one was a charm.
Yeah, I was when I got married, I was 32 years old, and my wife was 23. Think about that one. When I was 22, she was 12. When I was 12, she was 2.
Yeek. Stop thinking about it like that.
That's not a good way to think about it. That's a bad way to think about it. Think about it a different way.
You're both consenting adults.
Yeah. Yeah, we are now. Well, we were.
Oh. Yeah.
Now there's like
okay, I feel better.
Certain things that don't work anymore. Let's see, where are we?
Yeah, like now my knees can predict the weather. They didn't used to be able to do that.
My arthritis does that. When that arthritis starts kicking in, boy.
Yeah, I got it in my knees now. They get all creaky. They feel like knuckles that need to be cracked. It's a weird feeling.
Mine are it's in my hands.
Yeah,
and all the joints
just paranormal. Oh, sorry. Paranormal activity is my thing. Yep, we're all about that. We go on ghost tours and all that stuff. Oh, we went to Gettysburg for a trip. Spent like 3 days there. We were in the Farnsworth house. It was awesome. We did a ghost tour there, and the whole town just feels really sad. There's so much just sad energy there. I mean, like 53,000 guys died in 4 days.
Yep.
Everywhere. It was, and you can feel it. It's just sad.
We've got the ghost hunters here in Wisconsin, and they bought out the old Sheboygan Insane Asylum, and they do haunted tours there. I went to that.
Nice. Yeah, I'm all about that.
Why is that?
Have you considered going to the Ozarks and doing a tour of what's that hotel, Crescent Hotel? In Eureka Springs?
Don't know that one.
Yeah.
Check it out. It's kind of cool.
Here's a ghost story for you. And this gets real personal. Back in 1975, my younger brother, who was 12 at the time, was down at the lake with our 2 cousins. And some guy tried to molest them and killed them and threw the body in the lake and everything.
Whoa.
And he was missing, and this was over Thanksgiving. All right.
Eek.
And so it took them 10 days, and they were ready to give up the search of looking for him. And the body broke loose in the lake, and it floated to the top, and they finally found him. But when they found him, he only had 1 tennis shoe on. Okay?
Huh?
So a few years later, I was down visiting the old neighborhood. And there were some kids down there, and I was talking with them and everything else, and we got talking about ghosts and everything. And they said, yeah, we got a ghost in the neighborhood, we think. And I was like, well, what do you mean? Well, down at the end of the street, down by the lake, we keep seeing this kid down there with wet hair and only 1 tennis shoe on. And we try to talk to him, and every time we do, he'd run away. So I was like, oh, this is interesting. So I went and I got a picture of my little brother. And I brought him over. I said, you guys wait here. I'll be back. I brought him over, and they said, yeah, that's him.
Wow.
That's the kid that yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's intense.
Yep.
Jay's
Karen
like, more!
Yeah, right. Karen she's got like 11 brothers and 9 sisters because she was from a Mormon family. Between 2 different dads, 2 or 3. I don't know. So not all from the same mom, and they're not all alive. But anyway, she lost one of her brothers had passed away when she was really young. And she actually had a conversation with him on her bed one day.
Oh, wow.
And after he was gone, before she found out. And they're like, yeah, no, Johnny's dead. And I said, no, he was just sitting here
Yeah.
talking to me.
Yep. Yeah, so I'm not a big... But I especially don't like to watch horror films, ghost films and stuff like that. I mean, Ghostbusters
yeah.
I could watch. I like Ghostbusters. That was pretty cool. The first one. The second one was kind of blah, and everything after that was just total trash, in my opinion. You know, the other movie that I could
Yeah.
actually sit down and watch, I could watch Gremlins. I guess that's considered a horror film, but I can't watch
Really?
Poltergeist.
Uh,
I won't watch Poltergeist. I won't watch what's the other one there? There's a lot of them. I won't even
and you'll swear everything in your
No.
house moves.
No. No. My wife is a horror film fanatic, and I won't sit and watch them with her. I refuse.
Yeah.
So
Come
Yeah,
watch
Karen
a
won't watch
movie
this
with me.
either.
Yeah, I won't watch them. My daughter's that way too. She's like, Daddy, come watch this film. And I
Hell
sat
no.
down and she said, there's nothing scary about it. And I can't remember the name of the movie or anything. The scene that I'm going to tell you about will probably tell you what it is. But this little boy had built a paper boat, and it was going. Is that what it is? And it was going down the thing, and it landed into the sewer drainage. And there was a guy in there dressed as a clown.
Yep.
I got up and I
We all
walked
have
away. I said,
balloons
no,
down here.
no, 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 no. And I walked away. I will not watch it.
Tell you what, that was when I read the book, that was the scariest thing I've ever read in my life. And I was a grown
No.
up. And I'm just like, oh
Yeah.
my, I couldn't put it down either. It was like watching a train
Yeah.
wreck. But I was terrified reading this whole book.
So, a coworker I used to work with told his wife that The Ring was a romance story, so they could watch it together.
The Ring was a romance.
Oh,
no,
Yes.
so mean.
no.
So they sat through and watched it together, and I looked at him. I go, "You're wrong." And he goes, "And?"
And when's the romance begin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was creepy. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. Freddy Krueger, that's the other one. I won't watch. My wife watches that to the hill. I can't. I won't watch it.
I don't think
No
I ever
way,
saw
no
any
how.
of those, honestly.
How did you miss them
I think I
every
missed
Halloween?
I know, right?
Halloween.
I just never
missed Halloween.
never saw it. Yeah.
Um,
I mean, I've seen clips and stuff, and I'm familiar with it, but I don't think I've ever actually
Nightmare on Elm
sat
Street.
through
Yeah,
one of
that's
them.
it.
Yeah.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
but I thought.
But it's funny. I'll watch a war film though. I
Yeah.
can watch a war
I
picture.
like the documentaries.
Yeah.
I like the Ken Burns
What was the one?
stuff, like
What was it?
Civil War and
Sa-
Vietnam and
yeah.
World War II.
Saving Private Ryan had some pretty grotesque scenes in it, and that doesn't bother me. Watching some guy get his head blown off does not bother me, but I can't watch a ghost. I can't watch a slasher film.
Mm.
I won't watch any of that stuff.
Well, it was interesting. I was at a panel and someone was talking about horror specifically, and someone's like, you know, what do you think's the worst thing that's ever happened to horror? And someone, without even thinking, one of the panelists immediately goes, gore, just gore.
When
Because
they finally came up with that, yeah.
When because like it itself
All right, Stella.
is not like a physical scary one. It's like this the psychological aspects of yeah.
Yep.
That's
what
what's
makes it terrifying.
Yeah.
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 You know,
agreed.
I made a
Just-
mistake on this. I painted all the metal parts in silver with gunmetal, and chaos. It's actually all gold, but doing it in silver first probably is going to help bring the gold out.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, you Warhammer guys, War Painter guys. So when you're like, if you're doing a Horus Heresy or a Sisters or whatever, are you
Sisters of
trying?
Battle.
Do you is I don't know, but
Yeah.
it's like, is there an unwritten rule about staying with the traditional color schemes, or can you guys paint them however you want, or how
You
does
can
that
paint
work?
them you can paint them any way you want. Okay. I stick with the color scheme because I don't consider myself good enough to be able to break off.
Gotcha. I was curious.
You know, but there's a lot of different color
part of the
schemes.
hobby.
Yeah. Because there's a lot of where's my greedy gold? Like you mentioned the Sisters of Battle. The Sisters of Battle have like I think it's 3 or 4 different I can't think of the name of it.
Factions?
3 or 4 different orders.
Like factions?
Orders,
okay?
yeah.
Orders. In the
Orders,
Sisters of
okay.
Battle, they're called orders.
Yeah.
And then there's like 3 or 4 minor orders. Well, they all have different colors. So I could go with something like that. Oh, excuse me, I got a sneeze in my nose. Of course.
That's a good place
Hold
for
on.
it. Just saying.
Oh, excuse me. But they did what's the matter with you? What do you want? Go outside. You know, so I like to go through and paint all the different orders. I had a Sisters of Battle that I painted every order that they had. And then, of course, with the Space Marines, you have, with the Horus Heresy, you have the traitors and the loyalist. I hope I'm saying that right. I can't say. But they all have different colors. Like you have the Imperial Fist are all yellow. And you have the Emperor's Children are purplish. And let's see, Salamanders are a greenish color. You know, so yeah, there's different colors and all the different factions, but there's nothing that'll stop you from painting something the way you want. Like on this one here, I don't know if you can see this one that I have.
See.
This is a Horus Heresy Space Marine. And I'm painting them like the San Diego Padres. So I'm painting them with a yellow pauldron and a brown, you know, armor and stuff like that. So yeah, there's nothing that'll stop you from doing that.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Now, if you're playing on a tabletop, you want to keep to the color of the faction that you are that you want to play as much as possible. But
okay.
But there's nothing that says you can't, that you have to. The only thing that they have in 40K and Warhammer, you know, the Warhammer world, the 40K and Necromunda, all that, is you can't use printed miniatures. You have to use actual miniatures from Games Workshop. You can kit bash.
That makes sense.
You can kit bash your miniatures. You know. Now, if you were to play at a local tournament.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Howdy. Hi there.
If you were to play at a local tournament, nobody would probably care if they were printed or not. But an actual, you know, like they have the tournaments. They just had the tournament in Las Vegas recently. Yeah, they can't be printed which I think Games Workshop is making a huge mistake on right now.
And I know our local game shop we tried to get in with, and we were hosting a paint night on Thursday nights, tried to get that going for a couple months. We had a couple people show up, but they're all about Magic and 40K, some D&D, not much, but they're like
Yeah.
7 nights a week. They're doing stuff all the time. That's like their thing. But yeah, I forgot where I was going with that. But yeah, tournaments. Yes, they did a lot of tournaments all the time.
Yeah.
When they had a painting contest, and actually I stopped patronizing them because they had a painting contest. I bought a model for it, spent a bunch of time painting it. It was based on Facebook likes. I was winning. I actually won the contest. And they never announced a winner. They just wouldn't do it. I kept asking them, like, hey, the deadline's way past. When are we announcing the winners for this thing? Oh, yeah, he went out for pizza. He's going to come back and do that. And they just never did. I asked them like 3 times. And finally, I just went, you know what? I'm done here.
Were there any prizes or anything with it?
Yeah, there was a Grim. What's that one dwarf guy that everybody paints? He's like a $40 model. He's got the big axe, orange hair. Grim Delik. I can't remember his name.
Grimdor?
Something like something like that. It's a real common model. Like you'd know what it was if I showed you. Grimly. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, yeah, that was the prize. And they just kind of blew the whole thing off, and I got disgruntled and stopped going there. I was like, I wasted a bunch.
Well, they've been
of time
having there's been a lot of complaints recently about that, especially with the what is it, Adepticon? Is that the one that Games Workshop holds?
No.
Everybody's been complaining about that with the painting contest.
The Golden Demon.
Yeah, I've heard a bunch of grumbling.
The Golden Demon, that's it.
Yeah. Yes, at Adepticon.
Because some people don't understand how the winners.
Adepticon's the conference, but the Golden Demon is the competition.
Right.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Like one thing, because everybody's came out with their reviews of it as soon as they all got back home and everything. And I don't think personally that you should be able to enter multiple entries, especially a lot of these people at a master's level. They're winning like all this stuff. You shouldn't, which edges out everybody else that's at that level, because I mean, everything is amazing. And there's so many master painters that have entered in this that it doesn't seem fair to have one guy take 5 awards, when there's other models that should be getting, or other artists that should be getting recognized too.
Exactly.
That's just my own
if you go
beef.
to Rogue, if you look up the YouTube channel Rogue Hobbies, her name
is that with
Louisa.
What's her face?
Yeah, she used to work for Games Workshop, and she actually did a video on how much the Golden Demon has changed since it first started.
I think I saw part of that.
Which was an interesting video.
I mean, back in the day, it was like I was doing D&D, but I'd imagine it's pretty similar. But we didn't have any references other than the books or any of that, because you didn't have videos or anything, right? So the Games Workshop folks or Warhammer folks had to rely on White Dwarf.
Yeah, it was White Dwarf.
For how the art was done. Like, how else do you paint the stuff? And now with how much we've got available to us to be able to paint and learn, and it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, but a lot of it
good painters now.
Well, I think they need to have levels in that. I think that would bring a lot of people into it, because like you said, these people that, I'm going to enter into Golden Demon, and they spend hundreds of hours painting these miniatures. You
No
know, and
joke.
that's all they do is they just paint for that. And it's like, what am I
Mm-hmm.
using this brown for? I forgot. Oh,
Ear holes. That's what I'm using my brown for right now.
yeah, I forgot. I went to get some brown and I couldn't remember why. Jesus Christ, you got to be kidding me! I just let somebody
Yeah.
out, and now he wants in again. I could
Yeah,
never.
that's
I actually won a painting contest once, and this guy was holding. He was on Twitch, and he had a painting contest. And what's interesting, only 4 people even entered the contest. Are you coming back in? So of course I was a little more advanced. Not great. I'll never say I'm great. I'll never say I'm good. I'm probably below average when it comes. Artemis, are you coming in or what? Stay outside then. And
Mark.
I actually pulled it off. Well, the problem
nice.
was when I won the contest, they gave me a $50 gift certificate for Reaper miniatures, but it was for the U.S. So for
Oh,
them to, yeah. And I told them, I says, I don't live in the U.S. anymore. I live in Europe now. Oh, I'll take care. Yeah. He sent me the coupons for the
mm-hmm.
$50, and half my $50 went for shipping to get a stupid little $10 miniature over here.
I won a contest on a Reddit group, the miniature painting community. That was all
Artemis,
right. But
what are you doing?
the
What are you doing, boyfriend?
that's what the Squidmar Open
No, I'm
was
not letting you
about.
back in again. You go out, you stay
They were
out.
bitching. They were bitching about all the same stuff about Golden Demon. So they had different
Yeah,
levels. They had like a master's level, and then they had a standard
yeah,
level,
and a
and then
beginner's
multiple
level.
prizes. Yeah. So, but even then, it's still like amazing artists. You know, someday we just keep at it. I don't know. I like the idea of competition painting just because I'm a display painter anyway, and it just forces my head to think about that. So when I, hopefully with every model, I'm trying to learn and get up to that level someday,
Yeah.
using everything that I'm learning as I go, if possible. It's combating impatientness is probably the hardest part, because you want to get to the
And you
finished
left the damn
thing.
door open again. You've got to learn to leave the door. And what do you want, Artemis? But I want to come. Close the door behind you.
Hmm.
Yes. You're
I'm
letting the
still trying
warm
to
air
teach
out.
Arjun how to pick up his toys, put them in a box.
What's the matter, Artemis?
That would be.
What's the matter, baby girl? Everybody ignoring you again?
Do you need to turn the overhead light off?
Edo, where are you? I don't want her making lunch out of you. Oh, for crying out loud. I know what you're after. Here,
Hiding.
take it. Here, take it.
No biting?
Edo, no.
Eek.
I gave up. Don't feel like listening to her. She can have it. I'll get you some fresh food later. Come here. Come here, bub. Oh, crap. I'm trying to lift him up with one hand because I got a paint and a brush in the other hand. Hold on. Get over there. Get out there. And he's looking at it like, why are you letting her eat my food?
How dare
Because
you.
you're not eating it. Let's
I
see,
was
what am I
saving
doing?
it
Alien purple. I was saving it.
for later.
Were you really saving
Okay,
it for
where
later?
is...
Or was it just...
What are you doing now? Oh, I know what the problem is. The overhead light's on. Now the lights, the party's over.
Meet your date. That's what we used to call that.
Philo, get up on the bed.
Don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Last call.
Last call for alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
And you watch everybody run for the bar.
Yep.
I had a friend. He Foghat was playing in Las Vegas. And he was a younger kid. He was in his early 20s. And his dad, he said, "Oh, my dad was into Foghat." I said, "Yeah, they were pretty cool." So he said he wanted to go. So I said, "Okay, we could buy tickets for like $25. You know, it was inside one of the casinos."
Mm-hmm.
And we got in there, and the band is playing and everything else. And of course, they got the open bar that you could go over to the bar. Well, not open bar, but they had the bar open, and you can go over there and you can buy a beer. Well, I said, "I'll buy the first round, and you buy the second round." He says, "Okay." So what do you want? He says, "I want a Coors Light." I was like, "You want a what?"
No.
A Coors Light.
Not a beer.
So I said, "Okay." So I went up to the bar, and I said, "I need a bottle of Heineken and a Coors Light." And the bartender looked at me and he said, "Okay." So he got me a bottle of Heineken, and he gave me the Coors Light. And I paid him, went back, sat over there with him, and he got all done. He said, "So," I said, "You're going to buy the next round?" And he says, "Yeah." So we went over, and he told the bartender he wanted a Heineken and a Coors Light. He come back, he says, "What did you say to the bartender?" I said, "I didn't say nothing to him. I ordered a Heineken and a Coors Light." And the bartender gave me a dirty look. And he says, because the bartender turned to me after, he says, "Oh, you're the guy ordering the Coors Light."
Oh.
Obviously, it wasn't your friend.
Wow.
But I got hooked on that. I'm not a big drinker, but I got onto the Heineken. Once I got into European beer, I have never been able to go back to American beer. It tastes stale to me all the time now.
Yeah, I got into the whole IPA thing because Oregon was all about that, and then it blew up everywhere, and it had a higher alcohol content.
Yeah.
It's like, just get right to the point.
I did have a nice red beer one time. There's a couple of
stuff, right?
Yeah. There's
I never had that.
I don't know.
Is that not
There's
what is IPA?
Oh, it's the microbreweries.
Yeah.
It was designed for the British to take over to India because it took them 3 months to get there from Britain, and so the beer would lose its potency. So they created this imperial. I forgot what the acronym's for, but it was like an extra strong beer. It's like really hoppy.
I'm in
Typically,
a beer state, but I don't do beer.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. A couple of actually, there's three that I know of. There's the Hofbrauhaus in Las Vegas. That's a microbrewery. And I don't know if they're still there, but down at the Monte Carlo up on the Strip, there was a microbrewery up there, and in downtown Las Vegas at the Main Street Station, there's a microbrewery down. Oh, now you decide you want to eat your kibble. He's at his bowl. Artemis just ate all the kibble, and now he's at his bowl. Like, you let her eat all my kibble.
Dog drama.
What jackass are you?
Dog drama. Dog drama.
Dum-dum-dum-dum.
Tell you what, don't ever try and drink a Canadian under the table or keep up with a Canadian.
Oh,
when we were in Alaska, there was a lot of Canadians that would come through the bar we were at.
Hey.
No, they would drink pitchers like they were just big giant glasses of beer. I mean,
yeah,
it's insane.
Well, European Germans. Oh, Germans.
Yeah, there's another one, right? I never drank with the German.
The Germans, okay, when their kids are born, they don't use milk. They fill their bottles with beer.
I believe it.
I did that with the oldest. We were sitting at a little pub, not a pub, but it was a restaurant type of thing that sold beer. And the oldest was only about maybe 6 months old. And she was sitting there with me. Mom was doing something. I don't know what mom was doing, but she wasn't there. And I turned around and I took some of my beer. I poured it into her bottle and gave it to her.
Mm-hmm. How it starts.
That's how it
I
started.
remember my dad giving
got
me
it.
Dixie cups of Coors in California when I was
Yeah.
like 5.
Oh, my dad used to let me drink from his beer all the time when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, go get me a beer. Dad,
Yeah.
I have to
Where's
here.
that?
Take a sip. Okay, thank you.
Those
But I think
when
that's
my dad found out that I was drinking, because I was in terms of like drugs and alcohol, I was a good child. I didn't really partake in anything like at parties or anything.
Good.
But like when I was with my grandparents, and if they were having like a hot toddy or something like that, like
Mm-hmm.
I would also have something to drink with them, and he found out and he didn't like
Yeah.
that. So he had played into it a little bit, and he goes, "Paige, you wanna try some of my drink?" I was like,
Yeah.
Nope.
"What are you having?" He goes, 7 and 7, and I was like, "Okay." Well, mind you, he hadn't put the 7 Up in it yet when he handed it over to me
Oh,
to try.
good God.
Yeah.
So it was just
Uh-oh.
straight Seagram 7.
Ooh.
Wow.
And I was
Yikes.
like, "Nope, I will never drink your drink again." And he goes, "Yeah, now stop drinking with your grandparents." I was like, "No, their stuff tastes better than this. I just don't want yours no more." Hear me
Yeah,
when
yours
I
is
say
nasty.
that was disgusting.
We had kind of a little change of topic a little bit. My daughter, I don't know if I told you the story. My oldest daughter, we had trouble with her not wanting to wear her seatbelt in the car. And every time I turn around, driving down the road, I look in the back, and she's got her seatbelt off. And I'd have to yell at her, "Put the seatbelt back on." And I'd have to stop the car, put it in gear, go put the seatbelt on her. And as soon as we start driving, she'd think I'm not looking, she'd take the seatbelt off. One day we're sitting at the light, and I got the window down, wasn't paying attention to what was going on around me. And I looked in the mirror, she's got her seatbelt off again. And I started yelling at her, turned around and said, "You need to put that damn seatbelt back on right now, or this car's not moving." All of a sudden, through a speaker, I hear, "Yes," and he calls out her name because they heard me say her name. He said, "Yes, you need to put your seatbelt back on, or we're going to arrest your daddy." And she looked over, and there's Las Vegas Police Department sitting right next to me. They heard what was going on. She put the seatbelt on, and we never had an issue with her after that.
Wowzers.
Never had to worry about it again. But she had another. She's still very stubborn now. Steve, I'm not. You go out, you stay out. But we were walking, and we didn't have a car, and we had to get to the medical center to take the kids for their checkup. And we missed the bus by about 5 minutes because I couldn't get the bus driver on our bus to say, "Hey, Edo, get out of there," to call ahead and have him wait a couple of minutes for us. So we missed them like maybe a minute and a half to 2 minutes. So we had to get to the appointment. We missed the first one. We were going to try to get to the second one. It was only about an hour walk for us to get up to where the medical center was. And in the process, I was yelling you know, not at the wife, but I was yelling at her how bad the bus system was. You know, this is that, you know, blah blah and all this. And the oldest wanted to walk on her own. She must have been about maybe 4 or 5, something like that. And she come up to an intersection, and the light was red, so cars were going through the intersection, and she tried to cross out into the road with cars coming. And I grabbed her and yanked her back, and I picked her up, and she starts kicking and screaming and yelling and everything else. I'm telling her, you know, you can't do that. You got to stop. You can't, you know, go through the light. You have to wait for no cars and all that. About 5-10 minutes later, a Las Vegas police department pulls up. Somebody had called it in that I was abusing her.
Oh no.
Okay. Yeah. And I told the cop what had happened. I said, yeah, I'm upset because we missed the bus, but I was just rambling at the wife, you know. But she has a mind of her own, and she was going to cross, and the cars were coming. The sign said, don't walk, and there were cars coming. I didn't want her to get hit. So when I grabbed her to pull her back, she started yelling. He says, okay, I understand. But it was really nice because he took the 2 strollers, loaded them into the trunk of the police car, and gave us a ride to the medical center.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that was pretty cool of him. I never have
That was
trouble.
nice.
Yeah. I had the one night I was driving down the road and coming home from work. It's like
Thank you for that
12:30,
stretch.
1 o'clock.
PR.
12:30,
Oh.
1 o'clock in the morning. And, I was trying to find some tape. Anyways, and I wasn't paying attention to what was going on. And Ozzy Osbourne come on the radio. And I'm sitting there and I'm just singing to Ozzy. Okay, get out of here. Get out. I'm not going to listen to you anymore. Get out. But
Jay.
and
He's like, what?
all of a sudden I look in my
I
rearview
see you
mirror.
found my Tokyo Drift.
Tokyo Drift.
Can they see me?
And
I was wondering.
Nevada Highway Patrol had their lights on. Okay. And I look down, I'm doing 90 miles an hour. Okay.
Yeesh.
I pulled over the side of the road, put my 4-ways on, waited for the cop to come up to the window. And when he came up to the window, I had my hands up on the steering wheel where he could see him. And he come up to the window, and I reached over to right, and I rolled the window down, and I looked at him, I go, 90? He looks at me, and he's speechless. He goes, really? I said, yeah, when you turned your lights on, I looked down. That's what I was doing, was 90. He says, you're not going to argue with me? I says, why would I argue with you? I was doing 90 miles an hour.
Yeah.
He said, okay, license, registration, and proof of insurance. So I handed him all the stuff. He comes back a few minutes later, and he goes, you know, and all the time I've been doing this, you're the first person that didn't argue with me about it. In fact, you told me how fast you were going. He says, get the hell out of here. And he handed me everything back and let me go.
Nice.
He said, just slow down. Just slow down.
That's
Yes, sir.
That's about how my first and only police encounter. No, sorry, not only police encounter, but my one speeding ticket that I've gotten went. I was on some old country highways that were really windy, and I was like,
Yeah.
you know, all those windy roads, they all have those posted suggestion mileage that you should take the turn at.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's
Well,
what's going on.
I was breaking my own records. I was like, I'm gonna see if I can go 2 times or 3 times the suggested limit around that corner.
Yep.
Like really testing my car. And I come around the last one, and I was already starting to slow down because I knew that at the end of this upcoming road there was a stop sign to go onto a major highway, so I was already slowing down. But I came around the corner going 80 on a suggested 5-mile-an-hour turn.
Oops.
And the
Yikes.
posted like sign for the road in general was 45. And I came around
Yeah.
and
Oh my
the
God.
police officer was out of his vehicle, like chatting with a homeowner. And I was like, I'm fucked.
Mhm.
I'm cooked. He gets back into his
Wow.
vehicle and I'm already like pulling off to the
Woo.
side. He turns on his lights
Yeah.
and he goes, "What were you doing?" And I was like,
Epic.
I've got no words.
I was
Other than I
having.
did my personal best.
Right?
See, that's it. When you're honest with them,
He
you know, they
goes,
don't do anything.
"Yeah," and I was like, "Here's my stuff. By the way, my address has changed. I'm here now. This
Oh,
is my new
spieling
car
is on.
insurance." And he put all
No,
positive
no, she's
notes on my traffic ticket so that when I went to go and see the judge was like trying to like give me an out, like, "You didn't see the posted sign." And I was like,
That's right.
Yeah.
I didn't.
"Your Honor, I saw it."
You're so honest.
Well, what's the one story? Some cop pulled a lady over one day, and he comes walking up to her, and she goes, "Officer, I'm going to be totally honest with you. I don't own this car. I stole it." He
Uh,
goes, "You did what?" And she says, "Yep, and I don't have a driver's license. And there's a dead body in the trunk. I killed my husband, and he's in the trunk."
Ooh.
He says, "Okay." So
What
he
do you
goes
do with
over and he
that?
calls for backup. Yeah, apparently he goes and calls for a supervisor, and the supervisor comes over and he goes, "Hi, how you doing?" She says, "Okay, what's up?" She said, "Well, the officer here said that you told him that the car was stolen, you had no driver's license, and there was a dead body in the trunk." And she turns around and goes, "And I'll bet you that lying SOB is going to tell you I was doing 90 miles an hour too."
Aha.
And she says, "I own the car. Here's my driver's license, and there's no dead body." And showed him there's no dead body in the trunk.
Nice power move.
Funny. Right?
Slightly. Well, I know the one that I pulled one day. Cop pulls me over to the side of the road. And what's the first thing a cop always asks you? "Why are you going so fast?"
Mm-hmm.
So I told him. I says, "Officer, it was simple. You see, my wife ran off with a cop about 6 months ago, and I thought you were him trying to bring her back." He turns around, he goes,
Oh.
"I've never heard that one." He says, "Get out of here." He was laughing so hard. He says, "I've never heard that one."
Majar, Mjar, which one? Was it my story or somebody else's?
What?
They've done that before, and they were talking about whether or not they did this.
I forget what we were talking about when they said that.
When you were going 80 miles around a corner with
Oh.
put a body in the trunk.
Put a body in the trunk. Right on.
I don't think I've done that yet.
Just took a weird
put
turn.
a body in a trunk.
I mean, I don't know. I can't. I know Miar and Mrs. Miar do weird things from time to time. I could see that being a possible. Myself.
Like, that's actually possible.
That's actually possible.
Oh, yourself.
Welcome, in, Miar. I hope you're doing all right.
Hi, Miar. How you doing?
I forgot there were other people watching us.
I know. I forget sometimes
We're just
too.
having a grand old time.
Like we always
Blabbing
do.
away over here. Painting tiny things.
Now, the other time I had a cop behind me, it was because my engine seized. And I was pulling,
What did it
on
seize?
the interstate, pulling off the interstate to a highway. and it went clunk, and I lost all of my power steering, and I was going 60 miles an hour into a 90-degree right turn.
Ooh.
It was a
Without
miracle
power steering.
I didn't jump into the center area.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I had just barely gotten the vehicle to like turn like wide into it, and then I had pulled all the way over, and in that section of road there wasn't actually a side of road, so I was actually stopped in a lane of traffic, and I was like,
Yikes.
And my phone had also broken, so I had no way of contacting anybody. And the next thing that I see as I'm like in sheer panic mode, right? Because I'm stranded with a non-working vehicle. I don't have a way to contact anybody. I see lights behind me, and it is the sweetest state trooper I have ever met. They were like, "What's going on?" I was like, "I don't know. I'm not a car person. My car did a weird noise, and now it won't start. And I also don't have a phone." And they were like, "I got you. I called you a tow truck. They're coming. But since this isn't my jurisdiction, I can't stay with you. So I've called local PD. They're going to pull up behind me. As soon as they pull up behind me and take over your traffic stop, I will be leaving." And I was like, "That's fine.
Traffic
Perfect."
stop?
Yeah,
well, because it's a lane of traffic, they consider it a traffic stop.
Yeah.
Oh.
So he had left, and the local PD had pulled up, and they were like, "I don't know why they didn't just bumper you. I'm canceling your tow truck because clearly you're gonna need money, and I'm just gonna bumper you into the Walmart parking lot. But it's gonna be really difficult, and you really have to focus and work with me because you're gonna
like landing a plane
with no power
it's
steering.
gonna be really difficult to turn until I get you momentum, but then you should be able to turn normally. But I need you to start turning right away, regardless of whether or not you can feel yourself turning, because otherwise I'm going to send you into the oncoming lane of traffic." I was like, "You got it, sir."
Wow.
I know my wife had the weirdest thing happen to her one day when the car broke down. She was driving with the kids in the car, coming back from the grocery store, and the car was at the light, and it stopped. It just, and of course, you know how people are. They're all behind her, and they're blowing the horn, and they're yelling at her, and everything else. And she thought it was really weird that nobody would get out to help her. But all the homeless guys, there was like 3 or 4 homeless guys sitting on the corner over there. They came over and helped her. You know, help push her out of the road and everything else. And she was telling me it was just amazing. The homeless guys all came out to help, but all the people that were behind me were just swearing at me and everything else. And I was like, "Yep, that's about the way it works."
Yeah. I don't know. I was on the way to a gig one time, and I got within a block of the place, and the light was turning yellow, and I'm getting ready to slow down. I was probably a couple hundred yards away from the intersection. It was like an intersection, and then the bar was kitty corner from where I was. And these homeless guys went across the street against the green light, and then it turned yellow, and I'd already hit my brakes, and I skidded about 70 feet. One of them got across the street. The other one I hit right in front of my left headlight.
Ooh.
And I had a 72 Buick Skylark. So it's just a big, giant piece of metal.
Yes.
And I had just about come to a stop by the time I'd hit him. And all I heard
when
was
they
this
made
crunch.
real cars.
Yeah. And he rolled out into the intersection, and then all this liquid started pouring out from under him. I'm like, "Oh my God, I just killed this guy. Oh my God, oh my God." And I'm sitting in my car, and the whole intersection stopped, like all the trucks, everything. It was by a truck stop, whatever. And people, like one guy came in, he's like, "Give me your keys before they try and come here and get them from you." And I was like, "Okay, cool." It turned into a whole circus. So the fire trucks and the ambulances and the police, and turned out I shattered his hip. And the liquid that had poured out was his.
Time to end funny, right?
It was his bottle of whiskey that was in his coat pocket. that broke
Yeah.
when he hit the ground.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh my
But
God. And
I
that's all
called
they
him
were
at the
worried about.
hospital. Yeah, I mean, they were totally in the wrong, but it was like I was still petrified. I was probably 25 years old, and
Yeah.
I called the hospital to see how he was actually, and they told me that he had broken his hip, shattered his hip, basically. That was the last I heard of it.
Hey, do
Carry
you want
on.
to read your viewer's story?
Well, I saw that and I was going to hit a dad joke because
There we go.
every morning
Every
when I go
morning.
out,
Oh,
I get hit by a bicycle. Every morning it's a
Every
vicious
morning it's a-
cycle.
Oh my God.
The dad
That's a
joke is
goner.
just like reading the energy into what we were talking about. Clearly,
Yes. So that's what Miar was saying.
Right?
It's like, wait, I've got a good one. One time I was driving and I went the speed limit and I got to my destination right on time. The end.
the end. Funny.
What the end?
This is the end. Okay. Oh, for crying out loud. Does somebody want a dog? Now he's barking, he
You're
wants
good.
in. First he barks because he wants out. Now he's barking because he wants in. Yes, I'm coming. Oh, it's you.
I can't afford the shipping.
Yeah, $1,000 a piece. Get up on the bed, you. Get up here.
What?
We ship.
Oh,
I thought
dog
you said you
shipping.
paid
Yeah. No.
10,000 to get your animals
No.
over there.
That was 7 of them.
Jesus. That's crazy.
It was like $10,000 to ship all 7 of them here from Las Vegas. I think it was around 10,000. It was a lot.
That is a lot.
Yeah, that would be a lot. Oh. Yeah.
We won't get into that whole story. We sold the house, a house that we only owed like $100,000 on, and we sold it for almost $400,000 like 10 years later. And the plan was, because the oldest and the wife had been offered jobs over here at the American school as teachers. So we had all that money, and our plan was to go buy a house here, because we could buy, with $300,000, we could buy a house here. It was actually two, after fees and all that other crap, it was like 250, something like that. And we could put a really large down payment on a new house here. Not new, but on a house here. And then I won't get into what happened after that.
Yeah, we were in a 500 square foot apartment before we moved to New York and pretty much got rid of and gave away and sold everything. Because when we were living at the ashram, because it's communal living, so it was on 88 acres. So it was a big property, and there was a main house that had the admin offices and some guest rooms and a bunch of classrooms in it, and then there was a two staff houses. And so the one we lived at, over the course of 5 years, there was anywhere from like 5 to 9 of us, because there was 4 bedrooms upstairs. We lived in what was the dining room. Somebody else lived in what was the family room, and then there was a shared kitchen. And so we were living in a very small space. And they gave us a stipend. I think before we got done, the stipend was like $400 a month. Yeah, you get room and board. So as staff, you get room and board, and obviously all your meals. And then if you're working, if you're actual staff and you're working 35 hours a week, you'd get anywhere, depending on how long you'd been there, you get anywhere from 150 to 400 a month. And that's what you live on, because the whole idea is to downsize everything so that your entire focus is on spiritual development and growth and all that. But I worked in the kitchen for about 4 years as a lead cook. So I was cooking from anywhere from 20 to 180 people, depending on what retreats were there. And then you have volunteers that were with you. So you'd have 2 or 3, 4 volunteers that you're having help. And then we also worked in management for the last year and a half. But yeah, anyway, it was it was total downsizing. And some people, like we had one guy, Alex, he showed up with like this huge moving truck with a shit. He had he was one of the kids that had lived there as a kid and then moved off as when he graduated high school, he got out because this was in the Hudson Valley. So we were in the mid Hudson Valley. We were like across from Beacon, about 10 miles south of Poughkeepsie. But he ended up coming back from Colorado, I guess. Showed up with this giant moving truck with a full like king size bed and his dressers and all this furniture and music gear. And we're like, dude, where are you putting all this stuff? He didn't get it. And he ended up having to get a storage unit and put it all somewhere. It's like, you're missing the point. Anyway. Blah 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 blah.
Blah 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 blah
blah blah.
Yes, I'm working a little
Phasmophobia. What is that? That is a game I'm imagining.
Yeah, it's a game. It's a game Jay likes to play.
That's going to get into that story.
How do we know Jay? I don't know Jay. You guys know Jay.
Jay is one of Layden's acquaintances. Yeah.
Very nice.
Miar, I ran across in one of the other streams with, I think, Blades81. And somehow they decided...
I hang out with her once in a while.
Yeah, and they decided to swing by and come over this way a little bit. So, welcome in, Miar.
We have cookies.
Be careful.
Chocolate chips.
I was at the grocery store today, and I was thinking about it. I was like, do I want to get some cookies? But the problem is that if I get the cookies, I'm going to eat only the cookies, and I don't need to be eating only the cookies.
I want cookies.
I want cookies now.
Now I know,
Thanks.
Right? Sorry about that.
Thanks, Smiling.
What is your
got
deal?
everybody
now
on
we all
cookies
need
now.
to send our addresses to Smiling because clearly Smiling has to order us all cookies.
Yeah.
That's right.
I want boxes of tagalongs. Come on now.
Absolutely. I actually found that we got
Karen
a Costco membership.
What's that?
Yeah, Karen can send coffee. I got a Costco membership for the first time a few months ago, and I found this candy that I can actually eat. It's like peanut butter cups. It's like they have like no carbs.
Oh, yeah?
I'm just super happy. Yeah, because I can't find like anything to satisfy my sweet tooth like that. So that's pretty nice.
Or you could always do what I do when it comes to sweet tooth. Just pull all your teeth. You won't have that
it's funny you mentioned that because I had all my teeth pulled 6 years ago. I have not one tooth in my mouth. And 2 years later, they also pulled Karen. She actually still has a few left, but
I have no idea.
Left. Mine are just all my dental work is finally caught up to me.
I went in because my teeth were getting loose and I was pulling them out. And I went my last dentist appointment. They went, we need to do an x-ray. Oh, you've only got like 50% of your gums holding these bad boys in because you've got gum disease.
Yep.
And I always brush my teeth like twice a day. It's because I didn't floss. And it got inside there and it loosened up all the teeth. And he said, yeah, we got to pull all of these. So it took about 2.5 hours, and I was chanting mantras the entire time and didn't feel anything really. It was all lidocaine driven. My insurance wouldn't pay to knock me out. So
Karen, there's a cup right there, please.
Oh, she went upstairs.
Please, more. I got my Abraham Lincoln Death Wish coffee.
Abraham Lincoln?
Yeah. What?
The coffee mug.
No context.
The coffee cup on my stream right now.
Oh.
I'm
not seeing streams.
On the second camera, the cat cam.
Watch tail, sweetie.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Sorry, we have to pay the
Nice.
cat
Let's see
tax.
how we're looking here.
Sorry, I wasn't looking at anybody's streams.
Oh, you're fine.
He wanted to show you. Oh, the coffee cup.
Yeah. Can
Yeah,
I help
he's
you,
showing
sweet
it to
child?
you.
Hi. How are
This
you?
Oh,
Hi.
wait. He was showing it. She's back down here now. Where's the cup?
Oh.
Yep,
Oh, yeah.
that one. Can't really
It's
tell,
empty.
but-
It's empty.
Oh, it's empty. He's
It's
saying
empty.
you need to send him a copy.
Can Phil?
How's
Where'd
this
you
look?
get that?
How's this? How's my
Yeah.
big chaos
There it is.
warrior looking?
Where'd you get that? Cup.
Hi. How are you, sweetie?
I don't have a browser up. There it is.
I'm paying the cat tax.
Oh, nice. Yep.
We have the cat tax. The
He's
cat.
a Slanesh Chaos Warrior. Everything is pink
okay.
and purple.
Yay, pinks and
Nice.
purples. They're underused
Yeah.
colors in miniature painting.
I agree.
The what?
I managed to get purple onto everything somehow.
So I
I
did
don't
change your reaction text. So when you go from, idle is just like a scrolling smiling beagle studios. And then when you actually speak, it turns a purple and static.
Aha.
Hi, sweet.
Mine is blue dabba dee dabba die.
I'm blue,
There you
dabby
go.
dee bobby da.
Ba-da-dee-da-ba-doo-da.
Come on, lady. Come on.
I did speak already. And I did
Ah,
sing it.
you didn't sing it.
I
You
forgot
just
what
spoke it.
color.
I
was
did
picking.
too. I said I'm blue
Yeah.
dabba dee dabba die. Why are you being mean to me?
I'm not always mean to you.
I made a fresh pot. Anybody want some? Oh, Karen, of coffee? No.
How are you, my sweet?
Somewhere
What's up?
around here, and I need to find it. It's my
Hi.
double-sided tape.
Hi.
I need to. What is
Hi.
it? God, it's 2:30 already.
How are you?
All right, time's flying.
Yeah,
Well, it's 2:30 in the morning for me.
it's
Yeah, but
7.
it's like
Off 3.5
7:30.
hours.
Yeah, I'm getting close to calling it myself.
Yeah.
I'm getting
like, food.
hungry.
I had me
Yeah,
some
I'm
hot
hungry,
dogs
too.
and French fries for lunch.
All I had was spaghetti and ketchup.
What?
I was never made to be a skinny woman. I will eat all the food.
If I had any.
Tomorrow I'm
Yeah.
going to do some pulled pork for dinner and get the smoker out and
Mm.
rolling, and get me some country style ribs up on the.
Ooh.
Yum.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you're on the East Coast. We can pop up and visit you and eat your brisket.
I think I'm going to do a brisket when my parents come into town. They plan on coming in on a Friday, start one on a Saturday night, get like a proper
Oh.
full packer
We gotta
brisket
check
and break
news.
it down. Hey, what's
Coffee
up?
check
Forgot,
the
where are
news.
you at? Over here?
Oh, I'm a couple states east of you. Just a little
A
bit.
couple states east.
Yeah. Not
So
Alabama.
you're not really East Coast then.
Well, I mean,
Panthers and
You're on
Sabres
the-
tied at 1.
You're on the right side ish.
they consider Georgia East Coast, but
Oh,
Utah
okay.
Hockey
Gotcha.
Club.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
You're
The game
you're
hasn't
2
started
states
yet.
south of me.
Oh my
southeast.
God. The Capitals.
Mm-hmm.
Ovechkin didn't get any goals tonight.
I have
They got
been
shut
to
out by the
Georgia
Blue Jackets
once.
7-0.
Never have.
What is he up to?
Hi.
Teams.
Okay.
And I got made fun of
Why?
slightly.
No.
Well, because I was
Yeah.
with my partner's family at the time, and they we went to the store, and we were walking into the store, and they asked me to get a buggy for them, and I was like, "What?"
What?
And they said, "Can you please get me a buggy?" And I was like, "I see shopping carts. What is a buggy?" And everybody started laughing at me, and they were like, "That is a buggy." And I was like, "Oh, well, lead with that next time. Just lead with that."
That's like soda or pop.
It's Coke.
And I say both.
Like if you're in,
it's Coke. It's only Coke.
Yeah, if you're in Missouri, they say pop. And we're like, what? We call it soda.
It really just kind of depends on who I'm hanging out with, because I say soda,
Oh, that's
I say
games.
pop. Also, like,
Mhm.
if I know
Oh,
what really
gold.
pisses people off, I'll do soda pop. Can I have some soda pop?
Nice. Very passive aggressive of you.
He has not scored a goal since he broke the record.
Well played.
Interesting. Huh? Interesting.
Did he curse himself?
Still at 895. I wonder if he's going to retire next year now. Well, that's not coming out.
I've been out of sports land, sports ball land for a while.
Well, it's hard for me to watch any sports here because, like, my team is coming on in about 3 hours, and that's like 4 o'clock in the morning for me.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyways, I'm going to head out, everybody. It's been 3.5 hours, and it's getting late for me. It's been a pleasure as always. Yep, I'm going to sit and relax a little bit and go to sleep. I'll be trying to check in with everybody over the week. As you know, I only stream on Saturday now because I don't have much to work on.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I might buy some Reaper miniature stuff because I can order them here in Europe. But most of the earlier stuff is not very good.
It is about time. I was just thinking about you.
Oh, wow.
Where is my doppelganger?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see Mark UK Painting could come by and see us. I'm glad we're that important for them.
So ending soon? No, I am.
There he is.
Yeah.
Because it's like 2:30 in the morning for me.
It must be the miniature. I swapped to this miniature, and Mark's like, I gotta watch her paint that. I'm painting it too.
Woohoo.
So we'll see we'll see you all next Saturday. I'll be here bright and shiny red.
So far, so good.
Mark,
everybody have a happy
Saturday.
Yep. Will you have room for
all
another
in
next?
Favor of
Sure.
Mark joining us next Saturday. Say aye.
Nay, I'm kidding.
Aye.
Did you say nay?
Who said nay?
I'm gonna get like a horse neigh button.
Nay.
That'd be great.
Nay. Yeah.
Just kidding. Aye.
All right,
Okay.
Mark.
So everybody have a happy.
All right.
We'll catch you later.
See you next time.
We start at 3 Central Time Zone, Mark. You better be there. I'm counting on you now.
Y'all
That's
be
like
safe.
1:30 a.m. your time. What time is it there?
For me, I start at 11 o'clock at night.
So now in England, it would be, or UK.
That would be
PM?
2 hours, about 2 hours in front of me. So if I start at 11, it'll be about 9 p.m. UK time.
Perfect.
So it's 03:39. Yeah, see, and I got 28. So yeah, if he's in the UK, he's 2 hours behind me. So, all right, we'll see y'all later. Have a happy.
Bye.
Be safe.
Now. Always.
I'm never safe.
That's relative.
It's all relative.
No, Mark. You just got here. You have to stay.
Yeah. It's not an excuse to leave.
I'm just working on my black and white figure and futzing around with it a smidge.
This little guy.
Okay. Mark goes, okay. No, you were naughty, Stella.
Ooh.
You will go outside when I'm done streaming, and you will be leashed instead of free roaming the backyard like you get to.
Speaking of which, where's Arjun? Is he not tormenting the neighbors? Okay. That's good. It's been raining solid here for the last 2 days, so tomorrow is going to clear up. I might actually get to go for a ride.
Yay! I haven't gotten
I
much
know,
of
it's
your rain.
exciting.
We've been clear. It's just cold. I think we're supposed to get some of the rain later this week or soon.
It's clean. Yay. I always imagine, I'm assuming you're in Britain, England. I always imagine the UK a lot like Oregon weather-wise. Kind of gloomy, gray a lot of the time. Yes, right as in motorbike, indeed.
Thank you for the follow, Karen.
Thank you for the follow,
Yes, I
Karen.
have a 1984 Goldwing. It's my third one, actually. But yeah.
I'm a little shocked you weren't following earlier, but it's okay. I'll cry about it later.
She's
We're
learning.
still getting her hip to Twitch land, Twitch world.
How are you?
Yeah. It's all pretty overwhelming and new. So it's a lot to absorb and pick up. And
so the question
there's definitely a lot of cultural stuff.
Mark,
is there?
If it's snowing in Great Britain, does that mean the doctor blew up an alien ship and it's actually Ash?
Uh-huh. And why is it only in England that everything wants to take over the world? They're always saving England. Nothing ever happens in like the Congo or Mississippi or
Let's be fair.
Turkey.
Whoa, wait. Slow that one down. Let's back up. If Mississippi is where we need to go to save the world, I want to know how we screwed up that bad that Mississippi is the place that needs to be saved.
Fair enough.
There's a whole story there that we screwed up somewhere.
There's something really wrong.
Yeah, something's really wrong where Mississippi is the place where we got to go to save the president. I'm sorry.
Right. That's funny. Point taken. It's so true. But still, why is it always England the doctor has to come to?
Well, it's because that's where he always
The
lands.
Daleks never go to like France. That's just right across the street.
Well, they eat snails.
Cheap licensing.
Just saying.
I like that.
Yeah. Well, it's very realistic, of course. Yeah. They film everything there. We are big Doctor Who fans over here, so it's the only reason I got a Disney subscription is because they released the last season. Because they were releasing them for a while pretty regular, and then they just kind of went on hiatus, and now the new season was out. And
the only episode that I want
to wait for a while again.
The only episode I really want to watch is the one where the Doctor and Neil Patrick Harris are playing ball together.
What?
The toy maker.
Oh yeah.
One of the when they were doing the regeneration between Jodie and the new Doctor.
Oh right.
There was an interim episode with Tennant as the Doctor again temporarily while they reintroduced they searched for their new one, I guess, or they were figuring out what they wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
Or it was it was like a special episode.
Yeah, they've got a bunch of those. They've got a lot of special episodes for
Yeah.
sure.
Um,
Christmas
but
ones and Easter ones, and
the Christmas ones are the ones that you have to like really think about and like put your brain on with which ones you missed or didn't watch, because it's usually like in between a transition.
Doctors 9, 10, and 11 were my favorites.
Matt Smith was my favorite.
nice. Like Matt. Matt was good. It's hard to say because they're all so different. I mean, that's the whole point. You know, it's like I want to
Capaldi.
go back and actually rewatch, do like a marathon and watch it from the beginning, like the original old ones.
Oh, the old BBCs?
Yeah, yeah.
Because that's what some people will
Yeah,
forget.
Baker, right?
Like I have to go back and rewatch Jodie. I can't. Like I fell out of Doctor Who.
She was good
when she came in because I just wasn't feeling it. I wasn't feeling it when she came in. Because the writing staff changed and they left, and that was very different as well. Because Gaiman wasn't involved anymore, and what's the other guy's name? I can't think of it. They're all the frickin' horsemen of sci-fi, and I can't even think of the guy's name. But the writing staff changed with Jodie.
Yeah.
And
the new guy's interesting. He's pretty energetic. He reminds me of, I forget his name, the actor's name, but he brings a lot of energy to it.
And that's kind of what I liked about Smith and Tennant is they brought a lot of energy. They weren't stoic.
Yeah, that's what he reminds me of. It brought that back.
Yeah, because Jodie wasn't there. She had energy. I just, for whatever reason, I wasn't feeling what she was trying to toss down. So it just wasn't sitting well with me. But it's one of those that I think a friend once upon a time told me you had to watch like 3 episodes after Regeneration to kind of fall in love with the Doctor again. And for whatever reason, I missed that 3rd episode and just wasn't sitting well with me. Kind of deal. Because Capaldi was.
Oh, is it? I think it's me and Smiling that. Yeah. Well, we are now. The other old fart just left, so now we took over.
But Capaldi was interesting. He was doing some weird storytelling that I didn't like. I didn't like the stories.
Yeah, who was that? Peter, right?
What do you mean?
Capaldi? Is that her?
Yeah, Peter Capaldi.
Yeah, I didn't like that one. I mean, I watched him, but and that was really short too. You didn't do that many episodes. I don't think.
It just didn't feel as long. So the episodes with Missy were brilliant. Beautiful. Like when they shifted Missy over and they brought her in, man, some of those episodes were glorious. But he wasn't flying on his own all that well, and then after Clara left, it just didn't hit. It didn't hit at all. Like it was really missing the mark for me in a lot of spots, and it's just like, okay. And then when they brought Jodie in, I'm like,
yeah, not so much.
Yeah, because I think someone was telling me about they were getting really frustrated with some of the Doctor Who writing because they were like trying to do like social justice stuff, and it just wasn't hitting. Like, and they were messing with like Rosa Parks and stuff. I'm like, but why?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, especially on Disney, it's like over the last few years too, is that whole social SJW stuff got really big and pointed, and I'm wondering if they tried to get on that. I don't know. It's always been a diverse show, like in the way that the original Star Trek was diverse. Like they can touch particular subjects,
Yeah,
but
but
you can't go too far into it, or you kind of lose the meat of the actual story of Doctor Who, right? Then it
yeah,
becomes about the issue you're addressing more than continuing the storyline, I think.
yeah, because someone was talking about the new Quantum Leap, and I haven't
There's a
seen
new
any of it.
Quantum Leap. What?
NBC tried to
I didn't know that.
revive. Yeah, so they tried to revive Quantum Leap, and they did
Oh,
2 or 3 episodes. They did 1 or 2 seasons, I think, or they might have done one
huh.
season of Quantum Leap. There's interesting aspects to it. Quantum Leap was one of those shows that was kind of ahead of its time before the times came up, kind of like MASH was, with some of its writing. Scott Bakula
Mhm.
was in Quantum Leap, and it wasn't a remake; it was
Yeah.
a continuation.
Oops.
But this time he was jumping through the
Oops.
night. What?
What? Oops.
I forgot that I was working with oils and I totally just went to brush off my paintbrush and water.
Oh yeah.
Oops.
That's not working.
It,
Right.
That didn't
Sorry.
work.
um, but uh, kind of like the ideas didn't work so well with some shows, and someone told me about Jody's Doctor, and I was like, I'm just gonna skip over it for a while. I'll need to like go back and
Yeah.
properly binge
Oh,
watch it.
la-di-da.
But then it was having a hard
Listen,
time
I'm
finding
not
it.
winning against you in acrylics, clearly, so.
Oh, Mark, it's actually laden oils because she's laying them oils.
I'm laid in oils. No, I'm just kidding. Disgusting. I hated it.
Oh, what time was that? About 3:35. 3:50. Okay, 3:55. Got it. 3:55 clip. Got it.
Uh-oh. You've been clipped.
No.
Little guy. Hey, little guy.
Adventures out there.
Oh, I've missed all the ads. Whatever.
And beyond. So,
Yeah, Mark, this
if you
guy's
haven't.
all his orange was oil initially. Now I'm touching it up. Yeah, I haven't what? Huh? Huh.
I don't know. I lost my train of thought. It's gone.
If you have something about ads? No?
Oh, yeah, ads. If you haven't changed the setting at all or not, in your stream manager, it defaults to in auto delay if chat is active.
So I do have it on just its auto settings, but you're saying if there's an active
A
chat.
setting. Yup.
Oh, no, I saw that where you can have it stop if the chat is busy or have it delay if it's
Yup.
busy. I
Yep.
did see that.
So that could be, if you have that turned on, that could be why there's not ads when there should be. When ads say that they're coming up and they don't end
Hmm.
up showing up, that could be why.
That makes sense.
Hello. Do we need to pay some cat tax?
I am not monetized.
No, you will not get ads.
No.
There's conversations about whether or not they're going to force everybody to use ads now to try to recover
Really?
cost. So there's always pre-roll ads no matter what. Okay. For all streams, it's just so like someone like AWL Trooper, he did not fill out the paperwork to become monetized. So you can't use bits, you can't do any of that. If you want to feed into his stream, you have to send him money through tips and directness.
No.
And someone asked, "What are you going to do when Bezos starts forcing it on you, no matter what?" And he was like, "Potentially quit streaming."
Wow.
Because he does not believe in the monetization of the stream and all that kind of stuff. It's fine. It's just
Okay.
AWOL's AWOL. He just kind of wants to hang out and have fun and paint and
Fair
the
enough.
things he's doing, which is fine.
I mean, part of this too is the fun of the streaming itself, like actually getting this stuff working and designing it and tweaking it and playing with it. That's part of it as well, I think.
Yeah,
And that's
so
kind of fun. I mean, it's a
AWOL's
pain in the
another
ass, but
miniature streamer.
yeah, AWL Trooper. He usually streams with Spoon Handle. They'll do group streams together. They will stream sometimes late in the evenings. Late in the evening for me. They'll usually be on at the early morning hour. Pretty chill cat. He would often hang out and lurk in my chat sometimes. So he was one of the people that made it to a list.
I saw them in another stream this morning.
Yeah.
Zombie Shishimi.
Yep.
mm-hmm.
Yep. We're all kind of hanging out together with each other and sharing our own viewer base. I think Michael's lurking right now in my chat. He's probably hanging out somewhere.
Yeah,
else,
Michael
maybe.
was in Zombie this morning as well when I was in there lurking.
Did you notice I was in there?
Nope.
Wow.
No, I take that back.
Wow.
I did notice you, and I was being silent. I was like, "Look, there's Katie," and I was busy.
Yeah. Did you hear the dad joke I laid down on Zombie?
Mm-hmm.
I did not.
Oh, okay. So he has a text to speech at 1,000 channel points. And what a lot of people do with it is usually tell dad jokes with it. Well, I mean, Grumpy Crane started that idea.
That's funny.
So I just have a list of it all set up, and I'll redeem the 1,000 points because what else am I going to do with the channel points? You know what I mean?
Right.
So usually in the mornings when I'm lurking or I'm doing the work things, sometimes over the weekend or during the day, I'll set up I'll come over to my actual streaming laptop and I'll start lurking at all the various streams just to build channel points up or, just kind of help support other streamers throughout the day. Because it's, a nice thing to do and helps
Which was
everybody
not
out.
me this week.
Woman.
Blom.
I work in the office 2 days a week, okay? 2 days I work in the office. Tuesday and Thursday. Those are the 2 days at the office that I work. Traffic did not screw up this week, so I never came home. All right? Because if I was home, you know what I would do? You know dang well what I would do. I would be in your stream causing chaos. So don't tell me that, oh, not me. Woman.
Ooh.
You made it so easy, though.
Set yourself up for that.
I know.
Just to push that button, you made it so easy.
I know.
Have to say,
I know. But I have to give you something clippable and
so
clippable
funny.
worthy about, the extents that we go through to be, friendly for everybody. Is that,
Mhm.
it really helps to be lurking in the streams and, just hanging out, being a little bit chatty here and there, building up them channel points.
Yep.
Um,
No, I was on Chris Rose's stream the other night, and we were just going off with the gnome puns.
Yeah.
So that's always good. If you go visit Chris again, just throw gnome puns at him because it drives him bananas. Like there's no place like gnome, etc., etc.
But I mean, that's the joys of, when you're streaming and you get to like hang out in other people's chats and chat with them, you get to learn a little bit more about, other folks, and then
Mhm.
they'll end up coming around and following. Like Cryo Cheese ended up doing a shout out for Death Cafe when she was doing her charity stream, which he doesn't have to do, but he was being super sweet and he did it. And I mean, it helps because Cryo's awesome and believes in the community and pays back and gives back into the community here and there.
Oh yeah, just look at my Streamlabs spam, everybody. I apologize.
Bluey, bluey, bluey.
Bluey, Bluey, Bluey.
You got them all in the same timing. Like every.
No, I actually don't.
I know mine does that too.
I promise you.
Notice how mine
That
aren't
would.
going off as quickly because I did vary up the lines of text and time. Sometimes I have lined up though.
What are we thinking of this fellow? Am I still on the right track, or did I go way off into Mars land?
I love him.
He's looking super cute. I like the deep blues that you've got going, or the deep oranges that you've got going on there.
Kind of
You
playing
color
with the
black.
shades. I found this. I ended up with this one little shadow color. It's weird. It's like a plum kind of mix that I ended up doing on my palette, and it worked really good for the real subtle shadowy stuff. I'm gonna work that a little more.
I don't have music. Oh, you just have a song stuck in your head. Okay. I was like, I don't have any music going on, Jay. What the heck?
No, I turned my music off. I usually play it.
I have music going on my side just because I need it.
I've actually had my mic off on my stream this whole time.
What?
Oh well.
Oh
Yeah, it's all right. I'm still trying to wrap my brain around that I've got a stream that's actually happening in tandem with this. I've been so focused on just trying to get the audio for this stream together stuff working that I've got to also pay attention to mine. So that's all right.
You should do what Cheney's got. It tells them when their mic is muted. Sorry, I had a paintbrush in my mouth. That's why it sounded weird.
Figured.
So oh wow, my headset's actually gonna possibly die on me. Interesting.
And thank you, by the way.
Layden was giving me being sassy one day because I had accidentally had myself muted for an extended period of time. And we have ads starting soon. But to combat that, what I did is I put a mic muted symbol up on my stream when I mute it through Streamlabs. So when my mic is muted on stream, it has a little mute symbol up there. Works great when you push the mic mute.
That's clever. Yeah, I just need to figure out now how to have you guys on my stream.
I remember that day when I came in at like the tail end of your stream, and I'm like, I feel like you're probably talking, but I can't hear you, and you're so upset.
So that's the trick, right? Is if I've got a scene that has all three of your channels on it, And so if I turn that on and it's live on my channel, aren't you going to hear my microphone through my stream plus my talking through your guys' streams as well on my
Yes.
channel? Does
Yep.
that make sense?
Yep. So what I
So
end
I
up
don't know how
doing for
you do it.
mine, because I'm on Streamlabs,
Yeah,
is
me too.
I have a desktop audio set, and I have it set to
Yes.
my sending to my headphones, and then I
Yes.
have my Chrome also sending to my headset. So since Stream Together comes in through Chrome,
Hmm.
my everybody also gets to hear you guys through my headset because it's capturing that audio source.
Because I've got desktop audio
And then
going
I
on.
just have all your browser sources muted.
Yes, my browser source is muted, but my audio, I've got my AirPods as the monitoring device, but I've got desktop audio is going through Black Hole, which is my router. So my mic and everything you're hearing on my stream is going through Black Hole, for example. I don't want to double up my audio if I'm also pumping your guys. Oh, but you're right. It's coming through Chrome. That's the last little piece of the puzzle I need to solve.
Yeah.
Because
I'll
anyone watching my stream thinks I'm
send you
just
some
talking to
screen
myself.
grabs of I'll send you some screen grabs of what my audio mixer looks like and see if that helps you at all.
I can show you my audio
Who's
mixer too. What I did
whose
is
ad break message just fired? Was
mine.
that one of yours?
That was mine.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to see which ones are firing, but I guess that's yours. So mine isn't. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
What I did for mine and what I was telling Battle he had to do for his was essentially in the Stream Together settings. If you look at the settings button on it, this is what we messed up last week and what I forgot to tell him is that essentially under settings and then audio output, you have two separate options. You can do control via streaming software or desktop capture. I did streaming software, so all of my sound routes through OBS.
Yeah, you can have that set. There's a tick for control via OBS.
Yes. So when it's through the streaming software, I can have individual audio sources for everybody as a separate browser source. That way they're all separate channels. And so every time that we do the live stream together, I have to go copy the guest link and change it based on when you take the invites or accept the invites. Does that make sense? So everyone's on their separate track and you can lower them down or individually mute somebody that you need to mute. So like if Battle, like when he was doing the vacuuming or his daughter was doing the vacuuming, on the stream side, I muted him, but I could hear him in the Stream Together settings.
Gotcha. You had him muted sending out.
Yeah. And Layden's on the separate. Yeah. So when you see like on my stream, Layden, you, and myself, when we're not talking, the names just kind of scroll across underneath the frame. And then when they talk, mine turns red and white, Layden's turns blue, and yours turns purple. And it just kind of lights up for like the image reaction. And that's kind of how I did it. So you could, so when you're talking, people can see that it's Smiling Beagle talking and Layden's talking.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty clever.
Kieran's saying she was able to hear all of us on your stream, Smiling.
So, okay, I'm going to ask her really quick. So if you heard all of us, did you hear me twice coming through their stuff, or did you just you're just hearing their talking and me? Except for when you were muted. Right. Okay, well, I think I'm set up right then. I am not going to touch this ever again. I think it's right.
That scene stays the way that it is.
Do not change this ever.
That scene again.
So that means then I can show, because I've got you guys all set up as a browser source in a scene that I can turn on, and it would show your guys' streams, but I can mute those on my end, so I'm not hearing it double.
Yep.
Okay, I get it. I'm kind of talking to myself right now, but I think I understand.
No, that's how we end up solving these problems. From me, when I was looking at like the PNG tube side of things, because I'm not using a face cam and Layden's not using a face cam. Just kind of like a way to let people know that something is there.
Right.
I made that little reaction GIF. So when I'm not talking, it's like my name scrolling above the little icon that I have. And then when I talk, it turns solid.
Right.
That's how I came across the idea for the stream together settings. Or that's how I stumbled across it. Was, learning that way. And it's like, oh, look at that. It works really well.
That's right, Mark. I am not showing their screens because I was just testing it during the week. And so I've actually got a scene that has 3 panels in it for whoever else is there. I don't have it on right now because like I was saying, I didn't know how the audio is going to be affected with them playing everybody's audio and me playing everybody's audio, what that looks like. But apparently audio wise, it's working correctly. So now I can just show the actual browser sources on my stream, and I can actually mute them, so I'm not sending it back out.
You're not echoing the sound.
Right, because that's what I was doing before. I was hearing myself because I was sending it out and bringing it back in with the stream together. So it was, but now I'm using desktop audio and routing it out through Black Hole, and that's working now. So yay! Because you can't test this stuff unless you're doing it. That's the tricky part. It's taken like what, a month now.
I mean, I feel like we always keep learning something every time we stream, or we'll find it like
a lot of it's just refining it.
Yeah. I had forgotten about the setting that I was trying to get Battle to use last week, and it wasn't until Kukia was doing her stream.
Oh no, your phone died.
No. When I was working with Kukia.
Yeah, well, Mark.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, guys. Oh, I was going to say, Mark, I gotcha. We'll need some help. Yeah, for sure. So I'm actually between assignments at work right now, so we can connect. I mean, hit me up when you find me online, like in my morning ish, afternoon ish, and then we can like test some stuff out. And I can walk you. I mean, I am on a Mac, so it's a little different audio wise, but I can help you up to a certain point.
I need to go grab a cable because my wireless headset is starting to die slowly.
Yeah, I have to use that because you weren't here when I was mentioning it. But on Mac, I can't. It doesn't pass audio between applications like on Windows. So I actually had to go into my MIDI settings, set up like an aggregate sound source. It's like a virtual sound source, and then I route stuff to that, and then that's what I send out on the stream. That way OBS gets my audio and can put it out. It's a little convoluted, but it works now, so yay. There's other options. I went with Black Hole, but and it works, so I'm gonna go with that. I've got nothing against Windows. I've had to use it. I stopped using it actually about 17 years ago, 18 years ago. I switched over to Mac and haven't gone back, as they say. But it just works because I'm a front end developer and I was doing a lot of Flash work back in the day. So a lot of media and stuff. Now it's mostly programming and Photoshop, and that's all just code based. So, but now I'm in the Mac ecosystem and it just works. So I stay with it. I like Mac. Macintosh. I like Apple makes all their own hardware stuff. And I don't like child slave labor, but well, what are you gonna do? They probably make my Birkenstocks too, so I don't know. Yeah, that is the saying. I was trying to be nice. What? Where did everybody go?
I'm here.
Okay. My head's an
I'm
audio
here.
problem. I'm like, everything just got really quiet. Did it just break on its own while it's sitting there? Not
No.
surprising. Okay, cool. I think I'm done. I just wanted to get base coats on a bunch of stuff and clean up some of my mess. I think I'm pretty there. Then I can work on highlights, get these little bags, his armor, and this pendant thing, and eyeballs, and this bag.
You're okay.
I'm already a slow painter. I paint extra slow when I'm chatting. All right. Yeah, that's what Jace kept saying. Mark was using excuse me, was using Discord for the audio. I think it would make sense, but I think at this point we've got this house of cards set up that seems to be working now. And I don't know, changing horses in the stream might totally screw stuff up if we were to do that. If we just set up the system originally that way, maybe.
I loved
But
that
it's fun.
analogy.
Mhm. I don't trust computers, even though I've been working with them forever. I'm not a hardware person. I'm like a software person for sure. So what's that? Okay, I just have to have a on hands. Agreed.
How are you only now seeing that post, Mark?
I just looked at it and I've got a monitor right in front of me too. And I'm just like, oh, what?
Mark just liked that photo.
Oh, you're not talking to me. Oh, okay. Oh, on Penny's Discord.
In
Yep.
Penny's Discord.
I see. Did we lose Penny? Where'd you go? You've been very
On their
quiet
way
though.
back, sounds like.
Your mic is not very loud typically anyway. You're like the quietest one of the bunch.
You had it perfect before. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's really quiet. You're like half the volume of everybody else. Yeah. Talk.
You could try just testing your guest volume on the stream together and smiling. See if you can up Penny's volume there.
Let me see. Do you hear him
Well, I did
okay?
mute my actual mic on the stream.
I ended up turning them up, so yes, I can hear them better now.
Oh.
You see it now?
Yep. I've got him up
Little
to it.
slider.
Say words.
What? You turned me all the way up?
Oh.
You
I've
turned
got
me
you up to 200%.
all the way up. Yeah.
But it's still kind of quiet. Better. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh no. Yep. That'll do it.
Echo.
Yes. have to do. Can I share charcoal of my aunt I did like 20 years ago? I found it because I have to do one. Oh, yeah, absolutely. You're an actual artist.
I have my link stopper turned off.
I think you can link on mine. You can send links. Oh, there you go. Nice. Oh, that's very good.
Here on my
Wow,
screen,
wow,
we'll
wow.
do this. We'll do browser
I think I can.
source, add.
Let's
Whoa.
see. Right?
I was never good
Ve-
at charcoals.
That's very good. Oh, Arjun, what? Why'd you freak out? Here, lay down.
Very nice.
Arjun, down.
I did
Place.
one graphite portrait for my high school, and it was one of those where the seniors go around in their senior art class and they do a black and white graphite portrait of a teacher. And after 4 years, you're supposed to be able to get that that portrait back because it's your work of art.
Mm-hmm.
And the school just showcases it until the lapsing 4-year senior puts up theirs and then yours comes down. And I guess the teacher must have either really liked mine or somebody else really liked mine because I never got a call to come and pick it back up.
That's cool. Color wheel.
Ouch! I totally just bonked my whole desk. Yikes. Excuse me.
I never took art.
Stella, soon.
Oh.
I would say at 7:30 we will stop and I will take you outside. How about that?
Oh, gang, I think I'm out. Food is ready over here, so I'm going to go stick it in my face hole. It was a pleasure as always.
And have a good evening.
Absolutely. You guys carry on, have fun. Thanks, chatters, Bob Jar, Mark, everybody else. I'll be back Tuesday night. Jay, see you guys. And carry
Bye.
on the good work.
Soon, Stella. Relax. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I'm saying something. Saying something. Something is being said.
Okay. That should be better now. I needed to turn down the well,
Is it me
I had to turn down my
you're
actual
looking
speakers.
for?
I had to turn down my actual speakers.
Oh, it's just
That
you and me, so I can go to this screen. Oh, it's still got the old thing though. Hold on.
Oh, look at the scuff. Look at the scuff. Miar, that is absolutely beautiful, by the way. That charcoal drawing. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Huzzah! I fixed it.
What's up? I don't know how I feel about this black and white figure. I like it. It's kind of jiving with the thoughts in my brains. I'm just not liking the colors. I'm just not liking the black and white. Personally.
All right, let me switch over to your stream. Let me take a peek. Let me see it on a bigger screen. Ooh.
Ooh. That wasn't a good ooh. That sounds like, oh, you need to try again. That's what that sounded like.
No, I don't mean try again. I think there's your contrast on your camera is weird because it looks like a really there we go. It was doing cool tones. It was showing more cool tones, so it looked like you had like a really dark blue that you were bringing up instead.
Yeah, it doesn't look as blue in person. It's just I don't know why I'm not enjoying this figure as much right now. Because I mean, it was essentially base coat in gray, and then highlight up and push down in your shadows using blacks. Because I mean, the claw looks kind of nice. The front part of the paw, all of this looks nice and textured through here, and then this is starting to lighten up as well, and it kind of feels like it's different than the just pure blacks of like the stone and the hair. And then the bone I can do similarly on the backside. We might not be doing this again for a while.
It just looks like it needs more of the darks brought back in for sure, especially along the back side of the body.
Yeah, it needs
feels
a
like
it
there's
needs
too
a lot
many
more
light
dark
tones in through there right now.
Mm-hmm.
It would definitely be hard for me to do something like that because I just don't have the brain capacity for it. I need to see colors.
Well, it's kind of the reason why I wanted to do it, is to take the color out of the equation and just kind of get it to
Yep.
focus on the volumes and the contrast rather than the color of it all.
Mark, why are you making me work for it? Just post it in stream. You're making me bounce between two different screens, man. Ugh, my hero, thank you. Ooh.
Why do you have a crazy Catholic person? What is your...
It was more fun in hell. The more fun might be my ending screen. has got to be so early in the morning for you right now, Mark.
They appear to not want to sleep, therefore they can suffer.
They can suffer. Oop, my human in the next room is dying.
Hmm?
I said my human in the next room is dying.
Oh. But why?
I took a hit. Too hard of a hit.
Hmm.
1:16 in the morning.
AM.
I would be the big sleeps. I switched PCs and lost a lot of my streaming stuff. Yeah. Wait, you didn't move your M.2 with to the new PC?
What do you mean M.2? What is this? M.2?
It's your C drive. Oh. Well, then it's on you for not moving it? Or at least clipping the parts that you wanted? Stella, I said soon.
Yes.
Yikes. I guess collectively I've probably spent about that much ish overall. I think my most recent upgrade before the release of the discontinuation of Windows 10 was I got a 24 gigabyte graphics card. My chunky husband. That is what that is.
Your chunky husband?
Yes, my 24-bit graphics card is what I will refer to as my chunky husband. That is Bay.
Okay.
And now that I have to switch to Windows 11, I have to redo my whole thing. I'm keeping my 24 new graphics card, but I gotta get a new motherboard, new processor. Since I'm gonna be getting a new processor, I might as well get the new DDR5 RAMs to get the upgraded speed. So I'm getting everything that's compatible with that. And lucky enough for
You
me,
could switch to
my
Linux.
power cell was already good enough for all of that. Jay is like, you were speaking French to me? I'm on a phone. Am I right, Jay? Am I right? Did I hit the right ballpark there?
We're almost done, sweetie. Calm down. Hi. Hey, do not bite the miniature. Okay. Okay. Layden's nearly done. I guess I'm going to be nearly done as well.
Yep, we got 7 more minutes and then I'll hop off. I'll end on an even number. Even.
Mm. Hi. Hello. We got quite a bit done today. You know that? I'm just not happy with all of the progress that I made. I got this lion started, which was just a quick little base, but you know. You're also like literally right here. If I turn this on, will that make you happy?
And now that song is stuck in my head. Once again, thank
What?
you. All about that bass.
We're all about that bass. No trouble.
Jay's like, eh.
Me. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Can I help you? Mm. Mm-hmm. Okay. How are you doing right there? Huh? Have you successfully claimed the painting area for you? Hmm. Hmm.
Dude, Jesus. Gatra!
What? Yeah, she
She hit the mic.
popped the. Yeah, she hit the mic in the.
Spooked me.
Way to go, sweetie. Yes, you spooked her. Okay, I need you to get down. Nope, down.
Got me good. I was too enveloped in what I was doing.
What?
Ooh,
What?
Angie.
What? What? Okay, come here. All right, up you go. Down you go. Bye.
Painty zoom, painty zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom.
Mm-hmm. Kitty zoom zoom.
I don't get
Kitty zoom
why
zoom.
that doesn't show up as the emote on my side.
It's not showing up as an emote on my side either. And the stream together.
Why is that? Oh, it's streamed together?
Did that show up?
Yeah, that showed up. I wonder why it's just her. You will still wait. I am packing up, my dear child. Jeez. Yeah, I see that now. I wonder why. Oh, I just fudged up a brush. Oh.
Uh-oh. You fudged up a brush.
Alrighty.
Yeah, it's getting to be about that time for both of us.
We're gonna be headed out of here. Hope everybody has a wonderful evening. Did we want to raid out, Painty?
I am going to raid out to Sparks Minis because
Wonderful,
it's been a while.
because you are the grab host for all of us, so I don't know how that works for stream together, but do I probably also have to initiate the raid, don't I?
We're going to say start raid and we're going to see what happens. Looks like I'm going to raid with 5 viewers. I want to say thank you to everybody for hanging around, being with us. Be awesome, stay safe, and remember to always, always, always have fun. Now let's go see how Spark's doing on day 10.